What is up, YouTube? What is up, Facebook? Jimmy Jamz back in the house again today. We got more information coming out on the Gabby case, Brian Laundrie. New details emerging, and we're going to talk about that here tonight. If you're just coming in, make sure you give this video a like on your way in. If you're super cool, make sure you share it. Good to see you, Scotty Pippen, Bitcoin, Luxious Fire. Good to see you guys. So, I know everybody has been following the case like crazy. What's up, Brody? So, just like me. So, today in the case, it was weird because we heard some news yesterday about the dad had offered to volunteer to go out and help look for his son. Okay, well, today the man did that. He went out to the Carlton Reserve, which is like 120,000 square acre reserve, to help authorities look for trails that his son frequent when they've been out to the reserve together. So maybe, the place is so big. Michelle, hi everyone. Hello. What's up, Matt? Good to see you. The place is so big. I was looking at some aerial shots of this reserve, and I mean, you would actually need a helicopters to search it. Not just one helicopter, but like multiple helicopters to search it. So if he's out there, it would take forever to find this dude, big as this place is. What's up, Lisa? Dominic, good to see you guys. Make sure if you're just tuning in and y'all just guys are just coming in the room, give the video a like real quick. That'll help YouTube's algorithm pick it up and share it on your Facebooks. Everybody share, right? And so the search today basically turned up nothing. Hey, Tina, good to see you. What's up, Jake? What's up, Vaping Genius? So, no results today in the search. People were hitting me up today saying, Jimmy, they're looking for a body in the reserve. They're looking for a body out here. They're calling his dad out there because they have a dead body and they're trying to identify the body. Now, I didn't believe that for a minute because if they could take DNA, do that. They don't need to bring the dad down there. If his dad, his son's been eaten by an alligator. What's up? What's up, Upside Down, Steve? Good to see you, my man. So anyway, so they said that tomorrow they will not be bringing the father back. That his services are no longer needed. I guess he kind of went down there, showed the authorities like, yeah, last time I was here with my son, we hung out over here, or we hung out over here. And of course, they found some camping stuff. They found a campsite. They believe this campsite might have belonged to Brian Laundrie, and there were some items at that campsite. And I guess they wanted the father to look to see if any of these things were Brian. As you can see in the video beside me, this is his father pulling up to the reserve. They brought him in by golf cart, and this is them taking him, to show them locations that their son might have actually be, or ways he might have went. His service was never needed. I don't believe he was even out there. I do not believe they were out there either. I believe this is just the location that they actually dropped the vehicle. And I don't believe he's been out there either. I think this is just one of those things to have everybody looking to get him off his trail. But if he did go to this place to hide, it is a lot of room to hide. I mean, it's so big. Like when I seen the aerials of it and how large in scale this place was, I mean, if he's here or in the Appalachian Trail, man, somebody's going to actually have to run across him to actually find him. What's up, Wheels TV? Jamz, what's up? Just following this case with the dad. Now, why don't the dad come out and give an interview? What his son said. Did his we still don't know if they knew Gabby was dead. No, can they just tell us, hey, we knew Gabby was dead. The family's not speaking like that. I don't know if it's because the attorney has advised them not to speak or the FBI has told them not to speak. I see somebody was asking, was the phone lines open? Yes, the phone lines are open tonight. The call-in number, 797-6694. I think it was Big J that asked. Jimmy, did you get my Facebook message? I was watching when Brian's dad was in the at the search scene. Yeah, I got your messages. Everybody that's been sending me messages, keeping me up to date on what's going on the case. I was at work to 10, but I got a bunch of messages from you guys that his dad's out there at the reserve. Some people seem to think he is buried underneath the flower garden. That's the craziest one I've heard yet. Did you hear Jake Paul is going to fight Tommy Fury? No, I didn't hear that he was going to fight Tommy Fury. But if he does, he's going to get beat. Jake Paul is not that good. I don't care what you say. So when I got the message that said, hey, Jimmy, I believe he's hiding under the flower garden, you can see a hand in the video. Now, people on YouTube, you guys done went crazy. This man is not under the flower garden, okay? So please don't be sending me messages saying that the man is under the flower garden. Just think about what you're sending me before you send it to me. Be like, I'm about to tell Jimmy that this man is under the flower. The man is not under the damn flower garden, okay? I don't know where people got that from. Like, you can see it in the drone. There's a hand that comes out the dirt. Like, I don't know what they're smoking, but it must be better than this, right? Because I watched the video and I didn't see no hands coming out the dirt. I don't know. That's crazy. Also, KSI is going to fight Tyrone Woodley. Okay, Tyrone Woodley is getting paid. This is a conversation about, Gabby, PETITO, and Brian Laundrie, the manhunt, the search. This really ain't got nothing to do with KSI, Jake Paul, Logan Paul. Unless they're going to pay me some money and let me fight them, I don't care too much about it there, Big J. Okay. So what do you guys think in this situation? Do you guys think he's dead? A lot of people are saying now, man, he's dead somewhere. He's dead somewhere. He's not on the run. Now, the guy that was at the Appalachian Trail, he's doubling down on what he said. He's guaranteed. I watched an interview with him today. He said he's 99.9% sure that was Brian Laundrie. Yo, got my blunt tonight, bro. That's what's up, KR. I got my check. I gotta light it, though. Just went out. He's 99.9% sure that was him. He went and met with the FBI. He met with local authorities. And he's swearing up and down on his life that Brian Laundrie pulled up to him in a white truck. Okay, so if he's in a white truck, he could be anywhere. So we know if this guy's credible and he's in the Appalachian Trail at the border of Tennessee and North Carolina, then Brian Laundrie definitely can't be in that reserve in Florida, right? So at what point do they stop the search unless they're really not searching for him and they're just really just searching for a murder weapon? We've been thinking that for like the last few days anyway, that this hunt ain't so much about Brian Laundrie, but the hunt for something that he may have dumped there. And I think he pulled the car up there thinking, okay, if they find the car here, they're going to think I'm here. And he took some other means or some other way and he exited from the reserve. I don't believe he's in that reserve. That was just a dump spot for that vehicle. Prolific TV, what's good? Okay, the hunt continues. Another day has passed. No sign of Brian Laundrie. The father, his father joined in the search today. Believe it or not, his father had a bunch of smiles on his face. Looked like he was happy to be outside. It looked like he was happy to be hanging out with the FBI. Totally different than what we've seen from him in the past. Now, what he's saying to the FBI or, what he's doing, we don't quite know. There's no media inside of the reserve. All the media is on the outside of the reserve. But what we did see is him going into the reserve today in a golf cart And they're saying this is just to show him locations that he's been with his son, and think places trails that he might frequent in the reserve. Okay, so they don't need him no more, so he won't be back out on the hunt tomorrow. So he wasn't really hunting for his son. He was just showing them like places of interest where they should probably check or continue to look, further down the trails. I'm hitting the dead with the MK Ultra, LOL. I've seen Jimmy's video for hundreds of hours over the years. If I walk past him in a public, probably wouldn't notice him for real. I think he would notice me. I look the same in public as I do up here. There's not too much difference. I sound the same. I look the same. And if you see me in public and you came up and said, hey, that's cool. As long as you don't come up and stab me in the neck with a fork, we good. All right. As long as you ain't a weirdo and try to grab my cheeks or like stab me with something, people are more than welcome to approach me on the street. Just be cool, because I'll be cool. But if you crazy, then I'm going to be crazy, and I'm armed. Okay, just remember that, people, before you approach me. No, Chris Tyson wants 100 million. Are you balding, bro? Watch Chris. It will happen. Other people look like I might actually pay for that. What? Think you was someone different? They both said, LOL. Yeah, it just hasn't been announced yet. Okay, I'm lost on what you guys are talking about in the chat. I must have missed something. Y'all might be having a little bit different conversation. But I'm thinking that this dude that went out there, and I think Gabby PETITO might have been shot. Okay. And they're looking for a murder weapon, or they're continuing to look for a gun or her phone or Brian's old phone. It's a bit different when you actually looking for a specific person. Yeah, man, I think this is just to throw the authorities off. They dump the car there. He jumps in the white truck. He takes off, right? And we can't trust the parents. The parents have done lied. They lied to us about the day that he left the house. So that threw off the whole timeline, and if that white truck is connected to them somehow, right? How did he get money? He didn't still go out and steal the truck if he's actually in a truck. So this is money that his parents had gave him. He's went out and purchased some truck and has not titled it. He drops that Mustang off at the reserve, at the Carlton Reserve. He jumps in that truck. He takes off. He heads, Tennessee, Virginia, North Carolina border area. He's up near the mountains, and maybe he's hiding that truck somewhere, and he's getting out and he's hiking away from the truck. And then when he needs the truck, he comes back to it, goes get supplies, and then he dumps that truck somewhere. And then you know what I'm saying? So wherever they find this truck, if they find a truck, a white truck just parked somewhere with illegal tags or something like that on it, he's going to be in that general area. I don't think he's in the truck constantly, right? But I think he'll park that truck somewhere, probably jump out, hike up into the woods, go find him a little camp spot for the night, go out there, sleep. And then when he needs to move or relocate, because he probably has a burner phone, of course, he's watching what's going on. He knows they're searching the reserve. By this point, he knows that this guy has identified him in the Appalachian Trail. So if you was him and you was right next to I-40, the interstate, wouldn't you jump on the interstate and get on up Ala Dodge if you knew these people were looking for you? That's what I think anyway, right? Real quick, we got over 100 of you watching. Take a second, look out for your boy Jimmy Jamz. Give the video a like. You're super dope and super cool. Do me a solid. Just share it on your Facebook. Maybe somebody will get some more viewers in tonight. But we had a lot of people last night. It's steadily growing. So I appreciate all the love and support, guys. It means a lot. Everybody that's into this case, that's super dope. But it's not cool, LOL. So you can't, LOL. But it's Halloween. Puff Give. What's up, Bobby? Nah, this is to the head. This ain't even cracked. This is stuffed. This is one of those hand-rolled Cubans. It was rolled by Escobar himself. But anyway, so I thought, we would get some news today because everybody was hitting me up talking about Jimmy, he's dead. He's dead, and they found his body. I don't know where these conspiracies come from. Is this live? Yes, Sheena, this is live. This is absolutely as live as it can be. It's that live. If it won't live, it's about to get live, right? It's about to get live. So, they ain't found nothing. Big clues today? Ain't none. Okay, Dog ain't been telling us nothing. The last we heard from Dog and Bounty Hunter, the big bad dog, is that he was turning over some stuff to the FBI for like DNA testing that he thinks might have been Brian Laundrie's that he found, I guess, when he was at Fort DeSoto, that campground. And, he was holding up the monster can and he had found a little campground, a little canoe and stuff. So he believed that belonged to Brian Laundrie. And he said there was some stuff that he was turning over to the FBI. Has Dog relocated? I don't know. You guys tell me. Is Dog still in Florida at Fort DeSoto searching them islands? I think they gave up on that. Because I had seen where the K9 units, what's the call-in? Okay, the call-in number is easy. It is on the screen right now. It is 757-797-6694. If you got something you want to say about the Gabby PETITO case, Brian Laundrie, feel free to give us a call. Let me know if you can hear this call, guys. Jamz TV.
What up, it's MJ from the most dangerous city in the world. How you doing?
What's up, MJ? Okay, let me make sure everybody in the chat room can hear the call. Can you guys hear the call? Dog gave up.
Hello. Testing.
Yes,
1,
Bobby.
2, 3.
Bobby says yes, they can hear the call.
Hey, I think the parents know a lot more.
Okay, we good.
I think the parents know a lot more than they're saying, bro.
They definitely know more than they're saying. They're out there looking, knowing he ain't there. That's why his dad's smiling like, yeah, they're way off. They ain't never gonna find my son.
I think that dad went out there just to get like protesters were at the sister's house, and then she came out, and then they left pretty much.
Yeah.
I think the dad's trying to do something so they stay away from his house.
I said the exact same thing. Now you think you've been watching Jamz TV and Dolly Vision too long there, MJ, because now you start to think like me.
You remember how the feds used to tap the mafia, like John Gotti, how they had little microphones in the hubcaps on that street?
Yep.
That he used to walk on. I think when they raided that house, they probably planted some microphones in that house to listen in on the parents.
Why are you saying everything I said? You be watching my channel?
I watch it all the time, but I didn't hear you say that.
Yeah, I said the same thing. I said everybody was talking about what they were taking out the house. I said, man, you ain't got to worry about what they're taking out the house. You got to worry about what they're putting in the house. They're listening to everything.
Like a little microphone under a picture, or in, you know what I'm saying, the toilet, seat, sink, back part,
Yeah, they're listening to everything in that house. They got them phones tapped. All his sister's stuff, you know what I'm saying? They're watching. FBI is watching. They ain't just doing all that searching and not watching and listening.
They're probably checking their parents' Facebook Messenger and all that stuff.
Phone. Oh, all the social stuff. That's set up by the feds anyway.
Yeah, I watch what I do on there.
Yeah, you got to. Social media, man, that just think if the feds or anybody wants any information on you, you got email addresses, you got social media. The federal government can see all that stuff.
Hey, you know what's crazy about that Facebook Messenger too, bro? I deleted a message, I deleted messages of people I was talking business with, or talking stuff with, and then I went and searched on it today for keywords and code names in it, and it bring them back up, the messages I had deleted from 2-3 years ago.
Hey man, nothing's ever gone. Yeah, I believe Facebook is CIA. Yeah, nothing.
Once it's online,
once you put something online, it is pretty much on there forever. You are absolutely right.
Facebook Messenger.
I don't think he's dead. You think he's dead?
Nah, bro, he ain't dead. I think the parents got him. They know where he's at. I think he's alive still.
Do you think he's laid up somewhere, or you think he's moving place to place?
I thought he was coming by on his way towards you, kind of, no?
Yeah, the last I heard, he was, Virginia, North Carolina border, but the mountain area. I'm on the coast area. He's on the opposite side of the state.
He did all that studying books on survival and all that for when he was doing his little tiny house camping or van camping. So like I'm sure he knows how to survive out in the wild. I think when it starts to get a little colder out though, maybe he'll start trying to get more into town, like hotels or something like that, and that's when they'll get him. That's my prediction though.
I believe he's in a hotel somewhere right now.
Right
You know what
now,
I'm
but under
saying?
what name though? Like how would he?
He could be under any name.
So I used to go to this little hotel right here down the road, and they would still make you show your ID and everything, and it was like a rinky-dink motel too.
Yeah, I mean, most of them will, but if you walked in there with a couple $100 in your hand and said, look, man, I lost my ID. I got to get the
Oh
DMV.
yeah, you're right.
You know what I'm saying? Here's a
Yeah,
couple
you're
extra
right.
bills. I'll get you my ID when I get it. My name is John Candy. You checking in
Yeah,
under
because
John Candy. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it works. Money
yeah, if you
talks,
give them like
bullshit walks.
$200-300, because they know that nothing in them rooms are worth $200-300 anyway.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you just give them a deposit. Be like, look, man, I'll give you a cash deposit. I ain't got my ID. My name is Joe Bazooka.
He could be eating good too, because like if you get like Uber Eats, they just leave that at the door.
Yeah, because of COVID. Yeah, but you got to pay for that with a card. But you can buy Uber cards. You can buy Uber Eat cards. Yeah, it's not even connected to your name.
Yeah, so it wouldn't even be linked to your card or nothing. It'd be like a prepaid card.
Look, they could be
right. He might.
What if they're sending him cryptocurrency? Feds can't even track it. You know what I'm saying? I guess there's ways now that you could actually help a criminal and not really be able to track it. It's easy. You might be able to track it, but it'd be a lot harder if everybody's running around with Uber Eats cards and laid up in a hotel with a fake name. It'd be hard as shit to find.
Yeah, and then his parents probably gave him a bunch of money.
Yeah, I think he's sitting on a bag for sure.
Yeah, you're right.
You know.
All right, man.
All right, MJ. Chirac in the house, man. All right, stay safe. Okay. That was MJ representing Chirac. There's a couple hundred of you guys with me now. So if you're just coming in, make sure you give the video a like, share it if you're super cool. If you ain't super cool, don't share my videos. Jamz TV Dollar Vision.
Hello. Hey, so I'm actually new to YouTube and everything. But I do want to say something about this Gabby, PETITO, and Brian case real fast.
Okay, that's what's up.
There is no way he's in the Carlton Reserve. I grew up in Northport, so I know that area very well.
Okay.
I don't think he's there, okay? And I don't think Dog, the bounty hunter, knows what he's talking about, and I don't think he's at that campground reserve either.
Oh, I don't think he's at either one of them myself. I think I agree with you 100%. I think that they dumped the car there and he got in another vehicle and left. And Dog, Dog was right about the clue, but he wasn't there the time Dog got there.
All right, let me put it to you this way, okay? So what the parents are telling me is that the car was there and they picked it up 2 days later, which was false, because they picked it up the same day and they got caught in a lie on that, right? The Mustang, I'm talking about the Mustang at the Carlton Reserve, right?
Yeah.
But when was the time that they picked up that car from the Carlton Reserve? You see what I'm saying? I think they planted the car at Carlton Reserve, took Brian on the trip, then ditched Brian somewhere so he could get away, because I think the parents knew that Brian killed Gabby.
Definitely.
Or the parents had to do something with the death of Gabby.
Yeah, I agree with you pretty much on that they went there, they dropped the car. That was just a place to dump the car. He's nowhere near where that car was at.
Because why would the parents lawyer up right after the fact of their son getting home? That makes no sense.
Look, I believe this. This is where I vary from you just a little bit. When he killed Gabby, I believe he called home and let his parents know what happened. And then they told him to come home. Because why would you drive all the way across the country to get to your parents' house just to go on the run? Why don't you start your run right there?
And why? And another thing is, why would you take the van that you both own back to the house? Why didn't you just leave it there?
Yeah, and get out and leave and just disappear. You know, why would you go somewhere? I don't know. That's a little weird, but I believe he told his parents. His parents told him to come home. He went home, and then they helped him escape.
And another thing is, why would he fly back and leave Gabby all the way in Utah, right? Fly all the way back home to like take care of a storage unit. That makes no sense.
I know that is a weird one in the equation. Is this whole storage unit thing? It makes me like, what did he have in the storage unit that could have been so important? But I believe that. I think after that, on the 27th, though, I think that all three of them had a Zoom call with Gabby's mom. So she was alive on the 27th after he cleaned the storage unit, after he got back.
Yeah, and another thing is, right, is according to the feds, she had to be dead from the 27th to the 1st, right? But wasn't two other girls got killed in that park at the same time or same exact area?
Yes, everybody's been talking about it was the two lesbian TikTok girls, and they were shot.
Okay.
So, but some people are saying this is unrelated, and some people are saying it's too soon to know if this is unrelated. But they were shot, and the feds are out there searching that reserve. Are they searching for him, or are they searching for a gun?
I think it's just a coincidence, right, that two girls were killed prior, right? Two TikTok girls were killed prior. Then Gabby comes up and she's dead. And then Brian somehow comes home alive, right? And is in the van. That just like...
Yeah, he could have killed all of them.
That's just a coincidence.
You know, it's crazy. Yeah. Like, you get a little small town that nobody's died in years and years, and then Brian shows up to town and all these bodies turn up. You know, then that would make you think Brian is killing people.
Yeah, but all right, let's give it the slight benefit of the doubt, right? Let's say Brian didn't kill her, right? Because we don't know the cause of death. We know it's a homicide, but we don't know the cause of death, and we don't know when she died, right? We only know the homicide, right? It's a homicide.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's give it the benefit of the doubt, right? Let's say Brian didn't kill her, right? Why would Brian even be running in the first place?
Yeah, I said the same thing. Innocent people don't run. You know, if somebody else killed her, then he would have been like, I came back to the van and my fiance was missing, and he'd be out there searching for her. And then when they found the body, he would act like he didn't know who killed her. You know, he could have did a better plan if he would have went out there. But after that police encounter, that messed up the alibi right there. If he had never had that police encounter and they would have just went out into the mountains somewhere and he would have just showed up and said, you know, the dingoes got Gabby, it would have been a lot harder to convict him. But now that he's already been involved in a domestic violence situation, now Gabby's dead, there ain't no way he can be like, well, dingoes got Gabby. You know what I'm saying? So now he's stuck, and now that's why I think he ran. Maybe he had planned to kill her, but that whole incident with the police happened, and that's kind of threw off his alibi or messed up his plan. Maybe, I don't know, just a theory.
Right, but then, okay, so let's go along with that theory. It messed up his plan, right? But yet again, excuse me, he flew back to Florida, right? He had time to think and recoup himself, and they were going to Wyoming, right? They were going to the preserve. Now,
well, the two girls were dead. Shot. The two girls were dead before he flew back, I think.
Before he flew back to
clean out the storage locker.
Okay, so the two girls were dead, and then he flew to Florida.
Yeah, after the two girls were killed, he flew to Florida. Then he came back and then Gabby was killed, from my understanding. RM
It
asked,
could be.
do
It
you
could.
believe the dad is taking them on the right trails? I don't think so.
No, no.
I don't think so.
Listen. I don't believe the father is only doing this, like you said. The father's only doing this because he doesn't want the protesters and people out on his yard. All right, but here's one thing that I do know is if his father's out there searching, right, that leaves his mother at home, right?
Yeah.
And if they do have the house bugged, now we can find what the mother is going to do. If the father's not there, and if she makes a phone call, she does something, right? The father's not there to say, hey, hold up, don't say that, don't do that. He's not there. She could slip up and say something if they had that house bugged.
Yeah, but if they're going outside to talk in the garden and they know people are videotaping, I'm pretty sure they know the house is bugged and wired. And I just think that his dad looked too happy out there searching. Like, why was he all smiles out there searching for his son? Like, is that normal? I mean, I don't know. My son's missing. I'm with the police looking for him. I'm just smiling, look like I'm enjoying the day. Like, that's a little weird. It's a little weird.
And another thing is, right? They take a vacation. The parents didn't report till the 17th, correct? Apparently, he was gone on the 13th. They got back on the 8th? That's 5 days after the trip, right? So Gabby was reported missing on the 11th, right? Brian became a person of interest, and he supposedly left on the 13th, right, to go hiking. But parents don't report him missing until the 17th.
Yeah, wouldn't that be weird? Your son didn't come home for 4 days. He ain't called. Nobody's heard from him. You ain't reported him. They knew. They 100% knew.
The parents knew they're protecting their son. The only thing that they could do to protect them is to move them out of the area that they're searching. Set up a dummy little clue saying, "Oh, he took the Mustang over here."
Yeah. And he ain't nowhere near there. Somebody said the Mustang was actually found 17 miles from the reserve. I don't know how true that is. But
no, it was parked inside the reserve. It was parked inside the reserve in Northport, Florida. I know Northport, Florida very, very, very well, and on the back of my head. And honestly, the area that they're searching, there is no way for anybody to survive out there, not even to take trails, not even a bike ride. Especially on this, how would they know that they were going to get so much rain on top of that? They had to know that it was going to be a lot of rain in that area to flood the reserve to make it difficult for the cops to search.
Yeah, and then it would make it difficult for him to move through the reserve too with all that rain. So why would he do that when he could go hide somewhere else that ain't flooded?
Exactly. And all these people out here saying, "Oh, I saw him in North Carolina. Oh, I saw him over here. I saw him over there." Those are BS leads, all right? They're people that wanting publicity, that are wanting, attention from the federal government and everybody else.
I don't know who would want the attention from the federal government, boy. I damn sure don't want that.
Exactly. And on top of that, the only reason people are trying to say, "Oh, they saw him, blah, blah, blah," is because there's a $170,000 reward for his head.
Oh, yeah. I mean, everybody, that would be nice to get, man. If I see him, he got to go down because I need that money.
Listen, that's the only reason Dog the Bounty Hunter is even doing this, is because there's a $170,000
Reward.
You know,
well, he put
reward
up.
for it.
Well, he put up some of that money himself. Some of that money's his.
Yeah, but you also got to think he has a new show coming out. He finds Brian Laundrie. He gets $170,000 on top of whatever the government, probably going to give him, and the parents are going to give him, and everything. Come on now.
Yeah,
the guy's filthy rich.
Yeah, I don't think he needs the money. He owns multiple bail bonds companies, multiple houses. Had a successful show. I think Dog got plenty of money.
Listen, I believe what Dog's doing is a great thing and trying to find leads and stuff, but it was a family member that told him that they went to the reserve. Because if you didn't know, Dog also went to the sister's house. You know that, right?
No, I didn't know Dog went to the sister's house. No, he went to the mom and dad's house, knocked on the door.
Went to the mom and dad because he wanted clothes for his dog team to sniff, to find Brian. But he also got the lead of the, DeSoto Park, where they went for a certain amount of days. Got that from the sister because the sister also went there.
Yeah, well, I mean, the feds would have knew about that anyway if the sister was really honest and was forthcoming with the federal government like she said she was. She would have told the feds that she seen him at that reserve. If she told the feds she didn't see him and now she's coming out and saying she did, she would be in jail by now.
And another thing is I believe what the sister's saying because now the lawyer doesn't want the parents talking to the sister, to their daughter about anything.
Yeah, because they're kind of got
to
avoid in between. I don't know what happened there. They needed somebody to throw under the bus, and I guess they chose the sister to do. I don't know.
I think I know what's really going on is that she knows more than what she's telling everybody, and she doesn't want to throw the parents under the bus, but she also doesn't want to throw the lawyer under the bus because the lawyer also has confidentiality through the client.
They got a lawyer like Sal. That dude's just up there lying. Whatever he says, he just as soon as somebody says something, he says something different.
I don't know about him, man. Listen, if it was me, I would have been left the country already. All right. That's what I know.
I see that. Here's the thing. If I killed somebody today, I really honestly would if I said, man, I need to leave the country, I don't know how to leave the country. I don't know where I would go. I guess I would have to go down to somewhere there's a boat and start asking around, what boat would get me out of this country. But then once you do that, it seems a little odd, don't you think? If somebody came up to you and be like, hey, man, what boat is leaving the country? You'd be like, this dude's trying to escape from something.
Because the best way is to leave the country is through California.
Is to leave through California? I guess there's some ports here that go to Japan. I guess I could jump in one of these cargo ships and, maybe that would be a good place if you could get onto the port.
Well, not even through the cargo ships. All he would have to do is cross the border into Mexico through California.
Oh yeah, you can cross the border anywhere into Mexico. But then you got gangs, you got drug cartels, you got coyotes. He had to make it through all that.
But the coyotes now can get you into another country. You see what I'm saying? He could go through California, go into Mexico.
Pay the coyotes, take them into South America somewhere. Yeah, I guess he could do something like that.
And from there, he could literally exploit and live in Nigeria, Colombia.
I don't know. Them Nigerians, they'd be trying to scam them,
Yeah, but you also got to think, Nigerians, if he does move there, Nigerians find out, oh, hey, that's Brian, blah, 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 and get a hold of the feds.
Feds, yeah. That's a lot of money.
They get $100,000.
That's like $100 million in Nigeria. You know what I'm saying?
That's going to be a rich motherfucker. So
yeah. All right, look, man, I want to appreciate you calling in. It was good talking to you.
Yep.
All right, I'll holler at you next time.
Yep.
All right. There's his take. He said, man, he could be out the country. You know, I don't know. I just know that I wouldn't want to go if I didn't speak Spanish. Like, how am I going to go down there and speak? You know, a lot of how are you going to communicate? To tell them you trying to get somewhere. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know, you might get killed like that. So we got about 450 of you with us right here now. Make sure real quick before I take a call that y'all go ahead, give this video a like. If you're brand new here, make sure you sub up the channel, of course. Nice to meet some of you guys. I see some new faces in here tonight. It's awesome to see you guys. Hopefully they're going to catch this dude, you know, and we'll be turning on the news tomorrow and to be like, Brian Laundrie, or they're going to surround a house or something that he's in, and then, you know, either it's going to be a shootout with the authorities or this man's going to take his life. Jamz TV.
Hey Jimmy, what's up, man? It's Matt. How you doing, man? How you been?
What's up, Matt?
Hey, not much. What's going on? Yeah, I just wanted to give my input on this this case because I'm really into the murder investigation stuff and like the forensics about it. You know, I love all that stuff. Honestly, bro, what I think he had his family park that Mustang there in that ravine or whatever it was, just to throw the police off. And then he's either in Canada, Mexico, Europe, or somewhere. They had a sighting of him trying to check into a cheap hotel in
Canada.
In Canada, a sighting of him. Yes, in Canada, a guy that looked exactly like him. That's why I don't think they're giving out too much information. It was deleted after. But
I definitely heard nothing about that.
Yes, and there's also they're thinking that he's in California.
Yeah, he's already in California. So what about this lead in Carolina where this dude swears up and down he's seen him? What do you think about that lead?
I've heard that he left the United States or he's in California.
Somebody said he's in Venezuela. I don't know how you even get to Venezuela.
I agree with him because it's true. This guy left. He had rich parents. You know.
Lori said, "Don't they check passports? They check passports when you come into this country illegally."
Yes,
I don't think they do. You know what I'm saying?
This also could have been planned out. You know, so he could have gotten fake ones and all this because his family was worth about $5-6 million.
Who's worth $5-6 million?
Brian, his family.
Oh yeah, everybody says, look, okay, here's the thing. Everybody said, well, they can't be too rich. Look at the little house they live in. That's just the front of the house. When I seen the aerial of the house, how far the house goes back, they have an indoor like pool. These people ain't broke. They ain't broke. That house is nice as shit. That house is big as hell. Right? For some reason, it looks small from the front. But when they go to do the aerial,
it's nice too. It's nice. It's not run down and stuff. It's nice.
Yeah, it looks really nice. The same thing I thought. Yeah. I was like, wow, that house is a little nicer than I thought it was.
And to be honest with you, I think his family helped him with this because I think what happens with my girlfriend is because I know from experience, my mom did not like my ex-girlfriend Jordan, who I dated for 4 years. She couldn't stand her because. For whatever reason, she just thought that she was stealing her son. And mothers don't like that. And I'm sure you know that, and a lot of other people do know that, especially if I'm an only child. You know, I was, her boy, and, it was time for me to get a girlfriend a couple of years back, who we were really in love. And she just didn't like her at all.
Yeah, I mean, I had been in relationships where my mom didn't like the person. She just knew something wasn't good. Sometimes moms have that vibe. But you know what your mom knows, if you're a serial killer like this dude's a bad dude. Shouldn't his mom know she's raising a killer?
This girl is a good girl that I was dating. My mom even said that. It's the mothers that don't want to let go. I think that she was in on this. I really do.
The
and
mother?
I think the whole family's in on it, and they're helping him escape. They know where he is. They're talking through payphones or whatever they're talking through. but they are communicating, and he's got a lot of money because his family's worth
Okay,
a lot of
Matt,
money.
real quick, I'm going to debunk your theory real quick. Where the hell have you seen a payphone at? I ain't seen a payphone in 10 years.
No, I live in New York. They still have them here, but you know they have them in the middle of nowhere.
I have never
Like-
seen that. I ain't seen a payphone in so long.
Like in the
I
middle of
think you need
nowhere.
I think you would have to have a time machine to use a payphone.
Yeah.
Or-
I mean,
Or go to
they
jail.
have
Maybe
everywhere.
go to jail. There might be
Or
in every
he's
pod.
calling, or he has his mask on. He could be wearing a wig and using somebody else's phone.
That's true.
Or just getting a burner, because he's definitely in contact. And what I heard on Fox News was he has multiple different Gmail
Hey, Matt,
accounts.
didn't you own a cell phone place at one time?
Yes, I still do.
Oh, okay. So he could go walk right in there and get burner phones, no name, no nothing, with like the little cards,
of course.
right?
Of course. Yeah, you can name you come in, you could say your name is Johnny Appleseed.
Yeah, and just now put that Johnny Appleseed right on the work and sell you the phone.
Yeah, I can get you the area code and everything. I can't get you the rest of the number, but I would be able to get you the area code. But he definitely has a phone. He's still in contact. He's living good. He's not struggling, I don't think, because his family really cares about him. Because if they didn't care about him, I mean, my mom would do the same thing. Not saying that I would do something like that.
Yeah.
Well, my mom would do the same thing. She would stick up for me.
Yeah.
And
because your parents,
yeah.
you can lie to your parents; they're going to believe it because they love you.
Right. Well,
I think he lied to his parents.
Well, that's true. And my mom and my dad wouldn't give me up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think my mom would have gave me up either. She'd just be like, I think she would sit in jail before she gave me up.
Yeah. They would just say I don't know.
All right, Matt. It was good talking to you, man. Good getting your opinion on the case.
Yo, Jimmy, I like the longer shows, man. I like 12 is perfect for me, man. I love getting high at night and watching the fucking streams, man. It's lit, dog.
All right, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm about to do right now, Matt. I will. I will talk to you next time.
I don't know if I could say it, but I've been drinking some syrup. If you know what that is.
Well, yeah. I mean, I know you got a cold, so I hope that clears up for you.
I don't have a cold. I don't have a cold.
I was trying to help you out, Matt. I'll let you later, homie. Peace.
Yeah, but I've been sipping on that. I'm pretty wasted, and I took a Xanax for my anxiety.
Okay.
And a painkiller.
Okay. That's enough, Matt. That's enough.
All right, Jimmy. All right.
Man telling on himself, right? He didn't sound like he was on that many drugs. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have to do like tests on people that call me my room or something. What the hell? Just say no, people. Just say no. All right, I just lost that call as I was answering it. But that was Matt, and he owns a cell phone store, right? He's a young guy. He also wrecked a Maserati, a brand new one. When I first met Matt, he had just bought this new Maserati, and he's a young guy, so he's all taking pictures with it. He's standing all on top of the car and shit. And I was thinking to myself, hold on. I was thinking to myself, man, what a lucky young man to have something so nice, and he don't give two damns about it. Don't appreciate it. That's what my thought was. I was like, you standing on top of that nice ass car. You're going to dent it all up, right? You just got it. The car lasted 10 days. He totaled the Maserati. 10 days. Matt, you're a wild man. You're a wild man. What? Who keeps calling and hanging up? Come on, guys. Don't be calling, hanging up. Don't be trolling. We want to keep it good, legit tonight. That Sheena girl is in the house. What's up, that Sheena girl? New Master 69 is up in here. Bobby, of course. Let me spark this. We'll keep this moving. New You gotta turn me down in the background.
Yo, what up? I'm sorry, Jimmy. I'm sorry. Yo, what up, man? About the Maserati, yeah, that was right. But you know, it actually ended up being pretty good because I sued for a personal injury case, and you know, I got around 200,000. So I'm actually doing pretty good. You know, it helped me a lot. But and now I just bought a brand new BMW M5.
Okay, that is what is up, man.
But you know
Okay,
what?
I'll be waiting for that donation on the Cash App Money
now
Sign Jamz TV tonight, then. Since you
Oh
balling
no,
like
I
that.
always donate.
Yeah,
donate.
since you balling, homie. Since you balling.
I donate.
We gotta all eat. We gotta all eat now. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
a fact. Listen, Jimmy. On a real note, I'm coming to see my mom in South Carolina. Like, I want to stop for a night. Not a night, just like, you know, I'll stay a night in Virginia and go to a bar with you and chill with you, man.
All right,
You
that's
seem
what's
really
up.
cool.
Yeah,
you know, you seem really cool. Like, I was a lot younger when I got the Maserati. I've been watching your channel for about 2 years. I was like 19 when that happened, and now I'm 22, so my brain fully matured.
Fully. Now you know better than standing. You ain't standing on top of the BMW.
Yeah, no. I don't do that shit anymore.
Okay.
I learned not to flaunt my money and flex it and shit because it's not cool.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's a good lesson. You had to learn that one the hard way.
Yeah. I got a wake up call now. I stay off all social medias. Like, I got no photos on Instagram, and I deleted my Snapchat. So all I have is Facebook and Instagram.
All right, man. You be good, man.
All right, man. You take it easy, bro.
All right, peace. All right, there you have it. He bounced back from the Maserati crash. Okay. I was just thinking the whole time. I was like, man, I'd love to have that car. A week later, I see the pictures of it totaled. I'm like, damn. Damn. Jamz TV, Dolly Vision.
A week later.
Hello.
Hey, I'm watching you. You're streaming right now, right?
Absolutely.
Hey, so the one thing that I noticed is that no one's talking about is, you know, that double murder, the lesbians, right?
Yeah.
They so that the 911 calls came outside of the younger one's work, right?
I'm not
with me?
quite sure where the 911 call came from.
Yeah, the 911 calls were in front of the work of the younger lesbian chick, right?
Yeah, one of them worked at a restaurant like bar, right?
No, well, the younger one worked at, I don't know, it's kind of like I don't know, like they were a gift shoppy type of thing, right?
Okay.
But so if you watch the first Moab cop video, right? The first one that got released. Brian says in that he admitted to them that they were at a coffee shop for 6 hours before they ended up getting pulled over, right? So they were in town for hours, like from like 9 in the morning till like 3 p.m. And then that call came maybe around 2:30 or whatever in front of the place. So that means that they had all kinds of time to run into them or, you know, into that couple and talk to them, go into their store, hang out. I mean, they could have like, you know, been on some kind of website about like van life shit and knew that's why they were there in the first place. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, they could be connected. He could be connected to them killings, but they're making it out like he's not.
Right.
You know?
I thought it was weird that no one talks about. I mean, they talk about like the 911 calls happen right there in front of the store, but no one talks about it. They were in town for freaking like 6 hours before they actually got pulled over.
Well, if you're a van lifer and you're at a coffee shop, it's because you're trying to upload or you need Wi-Fi, and that's probably why they were at the coffee shop so long, is because they had internet service probably at the coffee shop.
Possibly. And then so the other thing that I was noticing is let's see. So when they got pulled over, okay, like yours were talking about dates and shit, right? So we got so after they got pulled over, right after they had that Moab thing, Brian was dropped off at a Bowen's hotel in Moab, right? at 169 North Main Street in Moab, and that was on the 12th, the Thursday the 12th. And then the lesbian couple were last seen on video at a Woody's Tavern on Friday the 13th, the next day, right? And then they called a friend on the 14th and was talking about this creepy guy, right?
Yeah, they
so this
died,
is Saturday the 14th.
Responsible, yeah.
Yeah, on Saturday the 14th, that's when that was the last time anybody heard from them, right? So that's a 14th. And that was the creepy guy deal, and that they're going to move their campsite because of it, right? And then on August the 17th is when he flew home, right? And August 18th is when their bodies were found. So you're talking about last heard from on the 14th, talking about moving their website and the creepy guy, right? And then on the 17th, he flew home. So you're talking about 14th, 15th, 16th. So they're basically, they were killed in that little 2-day period.
Yeah.
And so he flies home on the 17th. On August 18th is when, let's see, a couple's bodies were found. And then on the 19th is when that YouTube video was posted, Gabby put up, right? So she's in the hotel. He's gone on the 17th. And on the 19th, she posts up that video that everybody's watching, that one singular video on their web deal,
Yeah.
And then, let's see, he returns on the father of Gabby orders Uber Eats for, buys her some food, basically their delivery on the 18th. So she posts up. So yeah, Dad orders food for her. She's in the hotel by herself. On the 19th, she posts the video. I mean, that whole period where she's in, I mean, the only thing that you hear from, she's all by herself for like 4 days, maybe. And all you hear that, from that whole time where she's hanging out all by herself is that her dad buys her food one time and the video gets posted up. But that whole time, no one sees her, talks to her. I mean, there's got to be hella people that, while she's all by herself, sitting there with the van in a hotel, it's right next to an airport. So he could have basically went over and they could have killed.
He was staying in the hotel, right? She wasn't staying in
She was staying in the hotel by herself, yeah.
Yeah, so she might have just been in the hotel watching Netflix and didn't even come out. So there's she probably didn't have much communication with people. Because if you're a young woman by yourself and she really didn't like to be by herself, you'd be scared to be around people because you think somebody can kidnap you and kill you.
No doubt. I mean, and that's why they had to have a gun, right?
Yeah,
they had to have a gun.
They had a gun.
They had a gun. And then so let's say somehow he ends up murdering that couple, right? So like maybe they had a little band life connection. They go camping together, somehow, and he kills them. Gabby's witnessed it somehow, right? He freaking flips out like, oh my God, freaking, they go about 100 miles away. And he throws her in a hotel. He jumps on a freaking airplane to get the fuck out of there so he can watch the news and shit, right?
We got to watch the F-bombs, though.
What's that?
We got to watch the F-bombs, the F word.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, bro.
Okay. All right, cool.
No, sorry. I didn't even think of that. I thought we were just two guys chatting.
We just got to watch the F-bombs. You were good. I'm just throwing it out.
Yeah, right on. So, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it, though. I mean, the one thing that I just don't hear is that they were in that town for so many hours, right there in right in that close vicinity of where that girl was working. I mean, they said that her hours were right when all that shit was happening,
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. It's like, if I showed up to town, there ain't been a killing in 30 years, and then I show up to town and then bodies start floating in the river, you got to think, hey, Jimmy's killing people.
For sure.
And that's the weird thing is, they're in an area that mostly people don't get murdered. All of a sudden, this couple shows up to town and bodies start appearing. It's strange for sure. Now, and I think that's the reason why a lot of people do believe it's connected because it's such a small area. He's killing people and these people are dead. How many killers are running around on the same night in the same area? You know what I'm saying?
Right on. And then you got to think about
that shit is worse than Crystal Lake. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no doubt. And what happened prior? So that whole time they were on that trip, what kind of screwed up shit could he have already been doing up to that point?
How do we know
So
he's
you're
not
talking
a serial
about like,
killer? I threw this out the other day. Look, how do we know he's not a serial killer? And all that time he spent alone in the Appalachian Trails before he was out killing women.
no doubt. I mean, you got to figure that it just couldn't just pop up like that. You know, that's why he was probably all so sketchy, bro. I mean, in those videos, he's just like, he's scared. That guy was scared as hell. He was like afraid. You know, like if you watch the video, like the first one, he's being driven to that hotel. He was convinced that it's a trick. I'm going to jail, right? He was like, "Are you in cuffs?" He said, "Like, are you in handcuffs?" He's like, "No." He's like, "Oh, don't trip." You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think
they were way too nice to him.
I think he was manipulating the police. I think he's smarter than that, and he was playing like he's frail. I bet you he didn't have the same energy before the police were there when he was grabbing Gabby by the face, telling her to shut up, screaming at her. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt.
I bet he wasn't shaking, scared then. You know what I'm saying? So if you're gonna be like that,
total puss.
If you're gonna be like that, then keep the same energy. You know what I'm saying? He acted all scared. That's because he was trying to manipulate the police. He wasn't scared. He wasn't scared.
No, dude, he was scared as hell. Dude, I'm telling you, he was scared. And you know what?
When he was beating on her in front of people, he wasn't scared then.
No, but that was where you're talking about a small town. There's like a bunch of like, I don't know. Maybe there was like he didn't see anybody around, or maybe it was just like a few people. Yeah. When you get pulled over by the cops, dude, you know you're freaked out, especially when you might have done some shit that you're gonna get taken in for life. You know what I mean? Or you're gonna have the freaking electric chair, for maybe something he did prior. You can tell he was scared, bro.
He hadn't killed nobody at that point yet.
You don't know that.
I mean, I don't know that. You're right. He could have been.
They were out on that road for like 2 months.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, that's what I'm saying. He could have been a killer from way back in the day. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. But I think he was manipulating the police, and that if you found a bunch of his ex-girlfriends, I guarantee most of them would say he was abusive and he was violent towards them. And this ain't something that he just started doing. I believe that they had fought many a times, and it just this time it escalated. Now the serial killer thing, maybe, who knows? You know what I'm saying? It's a little bit of a stretch, but for sure, he killed Gabby. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no doubt about that one. But there ain't no conspiracy. No, maybe he did it. Like these TikTokers, he killed Gabby, and he returned home with no Gabby, and that is guilty in the eyes of the general public. That's what I think.
Another thing
he's guilty to me.
When he got pulled over, right? He was going like 50 and a 20, bro. If you go 30 miles over the speed limit, you lose your license automatically. There's no
reckless driving. You can go to jail for it. Yeah.
Right. I mean, they didn't even give him a ticket. It's like, oh, you're a battered dude by a 90-pound chick, and you don't even get a ticket for some dumbass speeding, bro. I mean, dude, if you go 30 miles over, you're automatically suspended for a year. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no discussion.
Yeah, it's reckless driving in the state of Virginia is 15. Anything over 15 miles over the speed limit is reckless driving.
Right. Exactly. Dude, they were just like totally like patty caking with this guy. I mean, cops, when it comes down to it, dude, it should be cut and dry. There shouldn't be all like, patty cake shit going on.
Like Link said in the chat, dude was studying serial killer books. Okay.
Yeah.
He's traveling alone. He's read serial killer books. Bodies are showing up. He's missing. He looked like a duck, walked like a duck. Might be a duck. Y'all ever heard that old saying?
I didn't hear that last part.
I said if it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, it might be a duck.
Walks like it, for sure, dude. I mean, that's exactly. I'm totally with you. I mean, dude. And if they had a gun, how could they not like? Why, while you have Gabby like sitting there freaked out and crying and shit, why not ask her just straight up? Is there a weapon in the car? If you would have just been smart enough,
they didn't even ask that. That's crazy. But hold on, real quick.
It would have been easy because you got two different people. Yeah. Go ahead.
Quick. I got to shout out Mo Cook. It says, here again tonight to say hi, Jimmy, and send you my support again. You're the best. Thank you so much, Mo, for the $20 donation to the channel. That's going to help keep the lights on and the internet paid. We appreciate it. Thank you so much for your support. You rock. Thank you. All right. I love that gold bar, too. When that 20 hits, it comes up gold. That's like my favorite color.
Well, I'm not going to hog it, dude. You are the man. I'm glad you give this platform. You should do this more often. I mean, there's a lot of people out there that have ideas and, you know, maybe things that are missed. And anybody that's listening right now, you know, start throwing out there that they were in town for like 6 hours before they got pulled over. You know, put that out there and let's try and get some some people coming in about what they were doing in town that day. There has to be people that were in that coffee shop. Let's hear those people talking out and, you know, how they were acting and what's going on. But you have a great one, bro, and peace out.
All right, make sure you get the video a like and sub up if you haven't.
Oh, yeah, for sure, dude.
All right, appreciate it. Peace. Okay, there's another take on it, right? We've heard so many takes on this story because everybody has an opinion to it. Some people are on about the same page. A lot of people, you know, are like, could he have killed these girls? Could he have killed these girls? It's possible, but what we do know is this dude most likely 99.9% killed Gabby, and that's really right now is all we need to hunt him down and put him in a death penalty. Jamz TV, Dolly Vision.
You there?
Yes, I am definitely here in the flesh.
Oh.
Are you there?
Let me mute you real quick because I don't hear myself talking on the TV, so I tried to call you 1,000 times, buddy.
Okay, well, you got me. Determination. That's a
Okay,
good quality to have.
This is Chris from Ohio, and I think that there's something somebody missed about the dad's search.
Okay, let's hear it.
I think what they did was, okay, you're gonna put me on air with them.
You're on air now. You was on air from the time you've been on the phone.
All right. Well, I think that they put a GPS on his truck, the dad's truck. They tricked him into going out and made a fake campsite. Because first of all, the FBI probably does not let people involved in the search like that. They got a search warrant for his truck. Because at the time that they did the search, the first search and the second search, they never went to the camper or the what was it called? The camper or the truck. Okay. They went through the house and they impounded the Mustang and stuff. See what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's the $1 million question. I've watched a lot of YouTube. I've been studying this since it came out on YouTube.
You know, I said the same thing when they went to the house to take out clothes. They said we're for the dog. I believe they planted a bug in the house that day. They went in there to take them clothes out. I was like, the FBI, if they're going in there for like some odd reason, it's because they're doing something odd. You know what I'm saying? They're planting shit in the house so they can hear the family.
Yeah, but I've had a hustler, and he kept getting away with it because he had a pop-up camper outside, and they couldn't get a search warrant for the camper, and they kept searching his house, and every time he would stuff his shit in the camper. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know about Florida laws being Ohio. I'm originally from New York, but man, I really think he's on the Appalachian Trail. If you go back on, am I allowed to mention other YouTubers on your?
Yeah, go ahead. I don't care.
Okay,
shout him
if
out.
you go. Okay, like Joseph Morris, he's like a joke if you ask me.
I've seen his videos though. I've seen his videos.
Yeah, he puts up some fake stuff. I mean, but he's good that he puts out a lot of stuff. But you got to take him with a grain of salt. I see you're more laid back, chilled.
Yeah, I don't put out information. I just repeat information that's out there. I'm not trying to insert myself into the case. I'm just talking on the case.
Oh, I'd love to tackle his ass down and break a limb so he couldn't do the duck walk in prison, buddy. I want him to get caught alive, and I don't want him to get the death penalty out. I watched Gabby PETITO's dad talk on Phil show. I don't think they're going to aim for the death penalty. Dude, I think they're going to make him suffer and live his life in prison.
If it was my daughter, right, and I have a daughter about the same age as Gabby, I would be in a sniper nest somewhere when they took him to court. And it'd be a wrap. You know what I'm saying? It'd be like the Texas depository type stuff going on. They'd have me in prison forever, but he wouldn't be breathing. At the end of it, he did that to my daughter. I know that. I'm an eye for eye kind of guy. You know what I'm saying? I could never forgive him, you know, and I would want him not breathing the rest of my life. You know, from the night 100%. I open my eyes, from the time I go to sleep, I wouldn't think nothing but about that guy.
Yeah, and I see some of them callers, they know what they're talking about, but they get the dates wrong. That Mohab girls actually they reported it on the 13th when they was at the Woody's Tavern. That was the night they were there at the 13th, and they come up missing on the 14th. They found their bodies on the 18th.
Yeah, I knew they found them on the 18th. I knew
Yeah,
that
and the
date.
dad said that they found another searcher had found another set of keys up there, and that could be possibly why. We definitely know he's not ditching the gun on the airplane because TSI wouldn't let him pass through there. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
But I think that, but my main reason for calling you was I've seen a lot of YouTubes today, and they're trying to sit there wondering why they're letting the dad do the search. I honestly think that maybe they got a hold of Dog because Dog was giving them the shit that they found from the search site. They put that stuff on a campsite. They makeshift the campsite. The FBI did makeshift the campsite. Put that stuff that they found from Dog on that campsite and brought him out there and see how he would react while he's out there thinking like, yeah, it's possible that guy could survive there. There's a lot of cabins, and them alligators eat that. I seen that the other night. They swallow you whole. You can go on YouTube and check out how alligators eat and stuff. There's another guy that he runs his canoe right.
Yeah, but if
through
you
that
was
Manhattan
killing
River.
yourself, if you was gonna kill yourself, would you go feed yourself to an alligator? That's pretty damn barbaric. I'd go jump off a bridge or shoot myself before I go feed myself to a damn alligator. That shit's crazy. Who does that? Like I can think of a million ways to kill myself, and I ain't gonna be like, I think I'm gonna go feed myself to an alligator. Like
Exactly.
I could go take some heroin or something, and OD myself dead, painless.
Right,
Why would I go put my head in an
shit where you ain't
alligator's
gonna feel a
mouth?
damn thing.
I don't see that. I don't think he got eaten by no damn alligator. You know, that's just like I've never wanted to kill myself because I love me. But if I think I did, I damn sure wouldn't feed myself. Like that's like waking up and going, man, I don't want to live no more. I'm gonna feed myself to a tiger.
Right, yeah, exactly. But there's a guy that if you look it up, there's a YouTube channel where people canoe through that place all the time. There's called the Deep Hole. It's like 130 foot deep. There's a guy that walks across that, gets out of his canoe because he's too big to float on the little couple inches of water on the edges and stuff. All them alligators go back underneath the water. They walk right away from them. The alligators are more scared of you than you are them.
Yeah. Well, I don't mess with no damn alligators. I ain't gonna test that theory. I'll leave it up to the dude in that boat and trust that he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, and there's a lot of cabins out there in that how that guy said he knew about that area. Well, he should have known that there's a lot of cabins out through there. That stuff is all fenced up. I don't believe he's there though, to be honest with you.
It's like
I knew he wasn't in the first place.
Ain't
that
it
was
like
a
100,000 acre reserve or something? It's like huge. It's like massive. When I seen the aerial of it, I was like, it just went on forever. I was like, you can search for the next 10 years out there. It would be like finding a needle in a haystack.
Right, yeah, and you could survive out there. They let the public walk out through there and everything. It's all fenced up. There's people that own some of that property, like that cowboy that was sitting on that little gator walk thing that said, oh, he wouldn't survive out here. He ain't got no clean water. Well, there's stuff that you can buy to purify your water on there. With him being an outdoors man, I think what he's doing, I think what Brian's doing, he's probably guilty. There could be a chance he's not, because I'm not going to hang a man the saying he is because I don't know the evidence, but I truly in my heart I think that a lot of people are saying probably a serial killer.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. But this comment's so funny. Misty said, "I'd rather go to prison than live with mosquitoes." I would.
Right? Yeah, but you can buy suits. You can buy suits where you won't get ate up. Like you can buy. He loved hammocks. I've done a lot of research about the guy on his Instagram and stuff, and watched their nomadic static, and he actually likes hammocks. He can get one of those netted hammocks like on Naked and Afraid, how they sleep in them screen things. I mean that stuff. Maybe that's what he spent his money on, a bunch of hiking shit, and stashed it somewhere on his way back up towards Georgia. I truly believe that he's in the Appalachian Trails. Like I was saying, 9/27/2021 was the date that their video came out, and it's called Wilderness Canoe Company, and it's on the Appalachian Trail hunt for Brian. They actually show him in a blue shirt. Now there's a woman that's talking to him.
I've seen the video, but I'm not for sure if that's him. I mean, did you hear
his voice?
I didn't hear the audio to it.
Well, they're mistaking it. They're saying it's something like, he walked back in the trail. He says back in the trails, and I've heard his audio on his nomadic static channel, and I've also heard his audio on the body cam video. And the back in the trails, when he says that, it's a few seconds after they walk by him.
Hey, Craig. Yeah, I didn't catch the audio to it. I just seen the one where he walked up to the pickup truck and they said he was asking about California. Is that the same video you're talking about?
No, that's that. Okay, if you think about it, her best friend was Rose Davis, and if you type in Rose Davis on YouTube, there's a woman that says she seen them on the 24th pole in the parking lot. And if you look at that white van, it's right behind her camper. And then, like, the very next day, she changed her whole story. So I don't know if somebody, like, reached out to her and threatened her. But if you just type in Rose Davis, it'll come on there, must-see video, it'll say. And there was an older woman, probably in her 50s. I mean, she said two women jumped out of that van, and one had a hoodie over them. And that Rose Davis was supposed to meet her on the 29th. And if you look at her Instagram, she's got some pretty unique stuff that's posted before Gabby was even missing about her being innocent and stuff like that. You know, she had the audacity to go to that funeral, and you can see her in the video. She's doing nothing but laughing at that funeral.
I heard something that there was another girl spotted with Gabby that was in the van that morning, and they seen the van wasn't there that night, but it showed up that morning, and they seen two girls get out the van, and it was a smaller girl that got out with Gabby, a petite girl, about the same size.
Yep, and then the next day, that woman came on, and she said, I just want to clarify it. It was a brown van. Bullshit. Somebody reached out and got a hold of her and threatened her, I think.
So maybe she knows something, or maybe she's an accessory with it. What would she be doing with them, though? Maybe they're into some freaky kinky.
This is the whole thing that I've learned, that Brian and the sister and the Hawaiian dude's ones that actually bought that house, and the parents, Brian and Gabby, moved down there with their sister and their husband while they were remodeling the place. And then I guess sometime in the parents came down and must have bought that house. If you look that house up on Realty, that pool was there when they bought it. It looked like that place was pretty. If you look at the older cupboards in it, that place is pretty nasty. Like, they probably got a cheap deal on it.
Okay, because it looks nice now. Like, I seen their backyard, I was like, wow, they must have some money. And the size of the house is pretty big. It's a lot bigger than my house. Way, way bigger than my house.
Right. Did you see that video where it looks like there's somebody swimming in the pool when they do that drone? Not the arm. That's a clip video there. But when they show them, like, it looks like a skimmer swimming in the pool. But if you stop that, a skimmer has a hose connected to it. It don't look like a body down in the water. I highly doubt he's at his house in a bunker, but anything's possible with this guy. Gabby Petito's dad even said he was a hell of an outdoorsman.
Yeah, but outdoorsman in a doomsday prepper, that's a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? If he's building bunkers underground, he's preparing for the end of the world, not, you know.
Yeah, but you would think I don't want to argue with you. I don't. It's your show, buddy. You run it. You know what I mean?
Man.
But I honestly think that now, when I was mentioning that Rose Davis, it's a coincidence that dude's name is Dennis Davis, and he's from Florida. The new witness that's getting paid with the Daily Mail.
What is the new witness? The one that said he's seen the truck?
Yeah, in the light truck.
And that's his name?
The white truck. But that guy's got glasses, and it's 12:30 at night. Who's to say he really seen him?
Yeah, that's what I said too.
Yeah,
maybe he's seen somebody. He's a credible guy. I would believe him, but maybe he's seen somebody different.
Well, engineer, you could be a lot of different degrees. He was just a water waste management engineer. You know what I mean? He's just like me and you, specified in anything that we want to train for, but we're all dumb in a way. Nobody's perfect.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, anyway.
Right.
All right, well, look, I appreciate you calling in, man, giving us your opinion, your thoughts on it. You might be right, and I hope they catch him, and I'm sure the rest of the country, I'm pretty sure they hope they catch him too.
Real quick, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I'm getting ready to go to bed. Plus, I'm going to subscribe to you tomorrow once I get me and my girlfriend share our cell phone, and no, we don't argue like they did. But,
that's good. That is absolutely good.
So we just share this phone to cut down bills and stuff, and I got YouTube on TV, a smart TV, and I don't know how to sign in. We just use her name to sign in and shit like that, so it's much easier.
I got you.
real quick though, if he is in a Ford F-150, I was kind of wondering if it wasn't that older woman he was talking to at the Thunder Ridge. And here's another thing: he probably is losing his mind. Whether if he did it or he didn't do it, he probably did really love her, but the guy's psychotic. So he may be reenacting their trip, because that's where they started off at with her birthday in March of this year, and then they went out west as they got their campsites that way. So he might be reenacting his trip. You see what I mean? And like trying to build up an alibi, like, oh, I'm going to California just to get them off his rear end, because that's what there was a couple witnesses that picked him up hitchhiking when he was out there, and they said he was trying to build his alibi. Now, I'm not going to take every witness as a credit, but when I watched the guy for months after months and seen 9 different pictures of him, and I see that video, I know it's blurry, but I kind of feel like I know his voice 100%, and it kind of sounds like his voice on that Appalachian Trail with he's got the blue shirt and the woman's walking up to him. But what I don't understand is, why didn't they have the balls to tackle his ass down? You can see he was unarmed. His shirt's so short, you would see if he had a gun on the side of him or something. I mean, there's other people around. They're going to join in and help you.
Maybe, you know what I'm saying? But what if he does have a gun or a knife, and next thing you know, he done killed you in the woods?
Well, I guess you would die for a good cause.
Yeah, I guess you would. Yeah, that's true.
And there's a business that's got $50,000 reward on him.
Oh, I know. If I seen him, he better have a gun, because I'm coming off the top rope like Randy Macho Man Savage. You know what I'm saying? I'm screaming
Right,
Miss Elizabeth on the way down when I'm dropping the elbow. You know what I'm saying? Like Conor McGregor said, once I get him, it's red panty night. You know, I'm celebrating. It's a party. We're going to the strip club when they capture him. You know what I'm saying? That's big bucks.
Not to cut you off, but plus I want to let you take off. But plus his birthday's getting ready to come up soon too, so he might be going whack. You know what I mean? You could imagine he's probably drinking. I'm sure he was a beer drinker. He probably was drunk when they said, like, if you go on another YouTuber, they got looks like gun bullets and stuff, which kind of makes sense that they would just paint over it so people couldn't tell what it is. You see what I mean?
Or mark it so when they're taking pictures of it, they can say, well, here's a bullet hole, here's a bullet hole, here's a bullet hole.
Yeah, and like I say, it's awful funny that there's a Moab business that's got a $50,000 reward for his capture. There's more money than that. Like Dog offering $10,000, that's a joke. He'll get that back once the tipster. That's a big joke, buddy. I honestly think he was already shopping around for a TV show. Now, I'm not going to discredit the guy because he's got boots on the ground, but you would think the FBI Cassie already said she told the FBI, and she showed pictures. She probably showed the FBI all that shit before. I couldn't imagine a sister that didn't really, they're 8 years apart. They didn't grow up in the same household. I've got a brother in New York. I ain't talked to him since he was like 6 years old. Every time I call him and try to talk to him, I got too much advice. He don't want to listen to his older brother. You see what I mean? So
yeah.
a lot of people think brothers and sisters are tight. No, that's not the case.
Yeah, not all. Like, I don't talk to all my brothers and sisters all the time, but our family's pretty tight when we need each other. We don't talk to each other all the time, but if we needed each other, definitely needed each other, I believe every one of my brothers and sisters would be there for me, the best of their ability.
Yeah, but
and my family's crazy as shit. Like, they're half crazy.
Well, I think they're going to go after the dad. I think they GPS'd his truck at that camp, that makeshift campsite. They probably took Dog stuff that he collected and just made it look like a campsite and see if that was his items, because they might not have gave him his real DNA when they want to collect it anyways if they're trying to hide him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would think. I get your point about, they bugged the truck. I mean, like put a tracker on the truck, but I think they would just be telling them. You know what I'm saying? I think they would just follow them around.
Well, did you see on the way back home that the FBI pulled into a neighborhood and they kind of held the media back and they let him go a whole different way? So if he wasn't bugged, you would think that they'd want to follow him all the way home instead of giving him that break to break off loose somewhere.
Yeah.
They were probably testing their gadgets out. I think they were testing their gadgets out that they snapped up on that truck while he was out there. You can go. I sell 5 or 6 cars a year. You can go to the dealership and get a key cut, and it will work. I
hear that. All right, well, man, I will chop it up with you next time. That that's something to think
Yeah,
about.
maybe I'll call you when I get some more good details, because I think that was a $1 million question about the bug in the truck and the GPS in the truck. You know, you can. That's why they locked that gate and took his ass way out there, because he ain't gonna walk back. There's only one gator and one cop.
Yeah. So
and the other cops stayed right there.
And yeah, they had hours and hours of access to that truck.
4 hours, yes, sir. A bug in the truck and a GPS up into the frame where you can't see it. I got a Ford F-150. You know what I mean? You can snap them up in the frame.
Yeah.
With some super with some high tech glue that they use. Probably not Joe bolt holes where he could see it. You see what I mean? But they ain't gonna just call us. I think he's 50. I think she's 55 and he's 62 years old. He's not gonna be out there. Plus, they probably wanted to see how he would act when they brought him out there to see if he's, you know what I mean? Because he looked like he was just frowning when he pulled out with an upset, like. I don't know. It almost looked like he identified his kid, but I don't believe that. I think that they would have released that as soon as possible. There's like a $200 and something thousand bond on him, but they're all split up with different stuff. You see what I mean?
Yeah. I like to catch him, but I'll holler at you next time, my man.
Okay.
Be safe.
All right.
And,
I know you got a lot of other callers. You're doing a good job, buddy.
Keep tuned in.
Yep, and I'll subscribe tomorrow. Thanks.
All right. Peace. Okay. So there you have it. Another theory, another theory. Like, I definitely don't think the dude was ever in that reserve, that they're searching. I think that was just absolutely a big waste of time. You know what I'm saying? If anything, fly helicopters out there at night with infrared, search the area like that. But to have all them people on the ground searching that reserve for nothing when that dude is not in a reserve. And I think, when I seen images of his dad, previously, his dad always looked upset. When I seen the images of his dad today riding in the little go-kart 4-wheeler thing or whatever the hell that thing is called, golf cart. There you go. He was smiling. Like, dude, your son just murdered somebody and you're looking for him and you're out there smiling. I don't know. That's weird to me. Jamz TV, Dolly Vision, 10 other YouTube channels. What's up?
Hey, Jimmy.
Hey, creepy, weird guy.
So you want to know where Brian is, huh?
I want to know where Brian's at.
You'll know soon. Because
soon?
he's 3 to 4 days because we have his ghost soul. They all fly.
You have what? Soulfly,
They
like
all
the band
know.
from Brazil?
Brazil is where they keep the demons.
Where they keep the demons. Okay. Apparently your medicine is not working. The psychiatrist needs to open the damn dose of what do crazy people take, like lithium or like something like that. Yeah, they tell the doctor, Jimmy Jamz said it's okay to up your dose to whatever it does to knock you out at 2 o'clock in the morning. Okay. So you're not sitting around with a creepy music box and hello, Jimmy. You know what I'm saying? Timmy. It makes me what I think about it the whole time. That caller was on the phone. It's weird. It's creepy. You know what I'm saying? Don't call me with no weirdo stuff. I live next to a graveyard. All right. And that ain't no joke. That's real. The boogeyman is real, and he might be just 10 feet away, and he might grab me. I told you, remember the other night we were watching the damn camera flew off. There ain't nothing near the camera. We sit here and shoot on this camera every night. Damn camera flies off the table. I'm sitting here. I'm 5 feet from the camera, right? So, poltergeist is real. Maybe we should get us one of those little spirit boxes and see if, I don't know, man, every ghost in the world might come through. I would move out the house. I ain't doing that. You know what I'm saying? I don't mess with Ouija boards. None of that stuff, right? None of that stuff. Oh. Should like Creepy Joe. That was the boogeyman. I don't believe in boogeyman. Not really, because I do live next to a graveyard, but I'm not scared of dead people. I'm scared of people that are alive. Dead people ain't as bad as some of you crazy people out there. Like I was saying, I was talking about it yesterday. I don't know how many of you guys were here yesterday, but there's this group of people and they come. Some of them like engineers, some of them are former detectives, some of them work for like Homeland Security. But they're in this group, and they started investigating the Zodiac killings, and they believe they had solved the mystery of the Zodiac killer. Did anybody check that article out? It was even on like CNN, a lot of major news outlets were carrying the story, and apparently the guy had passed away that they believe is the what did I just say? They believe it's the killer. He passed away, but they want them to do some DNA evidence, like some new type of DNA testing from some stuff from 1979 that will tie this guy to the Zodiac killer. And if they do that, they believe they've solved who the Zodiac killer was. Did anybody else check that out, or is that just me? I want to see that Zodiac killer. CNN, fake news. Yes, it's definitely fake news, but sometimes they tell real news. You know, politic news is fake on CNN. I think sometimes they tell real news stories. Look it up. Okay, I'm just catching up with what some of you guys are saying in the chat. Yes. Okay. One of my favorite shows, right? I've been watching this season, The Walking Dead. So shout out to you, Tina. Even on The Walking Dead, the living are worse than the dead. That is absolutely right. Everybody on The Walking Dead will kill you. So you can't trust nobody. And I think The Walking Dead is like the real world, but people ain't dead. Still kind of the same. You know what I'm saying? Still can't trust nobody. There's still people that stab you in the back. There's damn cannibals. There's damn serial killers. There's spree killers. There's people that get all depressed and mad at their girlfriends and kill their girlfriends. There's all kinds of killers in this world we live in. You know what I'm saying? Think about it on a daily basis. You probably walk past a killer maybe once a week at least. Makes no sense. Grown people call and act like they're going to pray for them. I could see if it was funny. Someone said he wanted to head to Colorado. Well, I mean, Colorado's a nice place. I couldn't blame him if he wanted to go on the run to Colorado. I missed you, Jimmy. Cray, Debbie. Cray been around with us for a long time. I missed you too. Good to see you, girl. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't want you popping up every time there's a tragedy, you know, with like the Gabby stuff, man. It is sad. It's definitely, you know, tragic. This girl had to lose her life to some psycho that for no reason, man. If he was like didn't want to be with the girl or the girl was driving him crazy, all he had to do was leave, get away from her. But he figured the easy way was to kill her. That is an idiot. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, guys. My mouse is not working. What is going on here? What is it? She better work. All right, hold on. Now it's working too good. Technical difficulties, people. Technical difficulties. All right, let me click play on this. And it worked. Okay, hold on. Damn it, this bounce is gonna drive me crazy. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I gotta fix my mouse. It's like I don't know if it's dirty, something's in it, but it's definitely not working right. Might have got ashes on my mouse pad. I think that might be what it is. I was like, why ain't my stuff working? Okay, that's a little bit better. No, it ain't. It's like sticking, freezing. Okay, so it is what it is. Maybe it'll work in a second. Todd, I see you in the chat room. This is the mouse Todd gave me. But thank you for the mouse, Todd. It's working now. Sometimes it kind of glitches out for a second, like it's weird. So let's blow this back up. This is him pulling into the reserve today, if my mouse will work. Look at him. He's chilling. He's like, yeah, I'm going to take y'all on some bullshit hunt where my son's not. So crazy, right? Now, guys, if y'all are just getting here or just tuning in, or you've been here a while, there's like 450 of you guys here with me live right now. So make sure you give the video a like. And this is the point in the show we do this. We do it every night, okay? It's one of these every night things. After you give the video a like or you dislike the video, I want you to shout out in the chat room where you are watching from. So, but wait, you got to like the video or dislike it first, right? So you got to do that. And then once you do that in the chat room, represent your city, right? Where you're watching this ugly, ugly face from, okay? Southside Chicago in the house, right? We got some Chicago, Flint, Michigan. Don't drink the water. All right, where else we got? We got Virginia Beach, Bobby. He's in my hometown. New Zealand, Connecticut, Houston, Texas in the house. I can't believe Saturday Night Live did a spoof. Oh, God, that ain't good. Did they really? Baltimore. We got Phoenix, Arizona with the little cactus. That's what I'm talking about. The Carolinas. Dumb pitcher, Jimmy. Seattle, Washington, Cali. South Jersey's in the house. Florida's in the house. Columbus, Ohio. OH, right? California, Washington State. Jimmy, didn't you think that's a dumb pitcher? Which pitcher? Jasper, Alabama, Kentucky, Virginia, Australia, New Jersey, North Dakota, Flint Town, Michigan. A lot of Flint, Michigan in the house. Colorado Springs. Moonchild, Pink. I don't know what that is. Indiana with the corn. Shout outs to the cornfields, right? I am huge in the cornfields. I have so many people that watch me from the cornfields. It is unreal. I swear. It's like Malachi from Children of the Corn. You know what I'm saying? I'd be the leader out there in the cornfield. I'd be like, look, got to get these people. We got Rochester, New York, Alabama, the space station. Okay. Houston, Texas, Canada, Toronto, Arkansas, Chicago. No, I said Chicago. Cincinnati. I mean, I can't read. I'm blind. Montana. Montana's in the house. So we got a little bit of everywhere. I think we got the United States pretty much covered. All right. Okay, let's see. I read that. Montana. Kentucky. More Canada in the house. Hey, Canada. Y'all take y'all's geese and keep them, okay? Texas is in the house. Shout out to Texas. Everybody in the oil fields. All right, Louisiana, Alabama, Australia. There's a lot. All right, let's take this call. Cape Town, South Africa. Jamz TV, Dolly Vision. What's Papa Locket?
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, Brian from Tucson.
Brian from Tucson. What's going on, man? You got some input you want to throw in on this Gabby, Brian Laundrie case?
You know, all this time for about maybe the last couple of weeks, I've been wondering, is there like some kind of a psychology term as far as, you know, how the relationship deteriorated so fast? And what brought me even think in those terms was I was watching a movie that night. I was watching The Shining, and at some point in the beginning, the guy that basically runs the show, basically, is telling, Jack Nicholson's character, basically that, the butler killed his wife and 2 children, and that what he said, basically what they, what they thought of the whole thing was it was something like cabin fever.
Yeah.
Which is really it's a psychology term, come to find out, with, within certain areas, depending on where you're at. But anyway, I was just kind of just going around the internet, just kind of trying to put in, could this be a case of, what psychology term would you give this? And then I just kind of wrote a description. I finally think I might have come up with it. But this guy, his name is Dr. Robert Firestone. He came up with a term and a description of what, could have actually happened to Gabby and Brian, for all I know, and for, all anybody knows. But basically, what he termed it as is being fantasy bonding. And so a fantasy bond is an illusion of oneness with a partner. This is where a couple enters into a type of bond that they substitute a fantasy of being connected in replacement of real world relationships. In this relationship, one or both put form in front of substance, the end result of which causes the relationship to either slowly deteriorate, or if surroundings, for example, have been changed, which for them it obviously changed their surroundings, where that same relationship exists, will deteriorate most commonly halfway through, far more rapidly until the relationship ceases to exist. What do you think of that? Could that be a plausible notion?
I think they were arguing and fighting, and he killed her. I mean, I think it's a little.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
I don't think you have a big.
To think about what went right up to that. Because I mean, she was living. You know what I mean. She was living with the parents there for a while, so there had to be something going. I mean, had to be a relationship before they went on that van life. Then they went on that van life, and all of a sudden, everything starts breaking down pretty rapidly. Really, I mean, within a couple months, they were supposed to be on that trip for like 3 or 4 months, and halfway through, something really just deteriorated so fast that Gabby, lost her life over it.
Yeah, it escalated. And I mean, sometimes it don't take a big thing to make something escalate. It could be the littlest tiny thing. It's like you take a rock and it causes an avalanche. The littlest thing sometimes can make people snap off. And apparently, we know the outcome. It was bad. It was the worst of the worst. So something went wrong somewhere. We 100% know that. Something went astray. Should have zigged when they zagged. And I don't know.
It's like the van life version of The Shining. I'll put it that way.
There you go.
You know what I mean?
That's good. Yeah, the van. I don't know, man. I've been wanting to travel across the country. They make it all sketchy now. Like you travel in a van, you go get killed. I'm worried now because I was gonna travel with just me and my Chihuahua.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I got to get off, man. I got to go to bed early now. I got to get up early and go to a doctor's appointment. But it's always great talking to you.
You be safe and stay away from the serial killers now. Peace. All right. Oh God, man! As soon as I hung up, it rang. Jamz TV, Dolly Vision.
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Good. I'm calling here from Lakeland, Florida.
Okay, Florida's in the house. All right, there's killers lurking in y'all swamps down there in Florida. You got to be careful.
Oh, I ain't worried about him. We all carry guns down here in Florida.
All right, that's what I'm talking about.
I would, if I see him, I'm calling 1-800 Crime Stoppers to get my money, and then I'm gonna pistol whip his ass till they get there.
Damn! Are you gonna donate to my channel when you get all that money?
Oh hell yeah!
There you go.
I've been watching you for probably 2 years now.
Cool. Thank you. So what do you
You're
think
welcome.
about? Yeah,
we have
what do you
we
think
have
about
Sheriff
this?
Grady Judd, huh?
What do you think about this case?
Well, what I think about this case is here in Polk County, we have Sheriff Grady Judd. The moment she said he grabbed her face, they should have at least taken her or him into custody. However, he drove a stolen vehicle over state lines to Florida without her. We would have never let him out of our sight. That's federal.
You're in Florida, right? And he
Yes.
Florida let him out their sight.
Exactly. We are disappointed in the FDLA and the FBI. How can the FBI and the FDLA lose somebody? It's pathetic. We are, upset over that. And I'm only about 45 minutes of where his home is. And you better believe I'm looking for him. We're all looking for him. But like our sheriff said, if he would have showed up here without her, without being her car, we would have never let him leave the sheriff's office. There was plenty of reasons to hold him. And I don't know if you remember Hank Earl Carr years ago. And his wife deserved what she got. But I'm going to tell you what, those parents helped him. I would do anything for my children. But if they came back without their spouse, we'd have problems, okay?
Yeah, but would you still help them? That's the $1 million question.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I love my children, but you're going to have to answer up. We're going to have to call Gabby's mom and dad, and, we're going to have to figure out where she is. Now, if he wanted to kill her, he could have pushed her off a cliff. He could have done all kinds of stuff. I had the same thing you do, is he got mad and he beat her up and he killed her.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen the cross that was found by her body.
No, because I've seen images, but it was just like an aerial shot, and it was nothing like you could really see that was valuable information to me, just like rocks and they had a tarp over it. So I really couldn't see nothing that I thought was stood out really.
Yeah, the news went out there actually and looked at that. But I just thought, oh my God, there was plenty of ways. I think he got mad and he hit her. But I don't really blame the upstate police. I do. But, he grabbed her by the face. If you watch his body language, I'm very big in body language. When he reaches down and grabs protects his groin area, he is very, very, very nervous and scared. That's what most men do. And as the investigation went towards Gabby, you can notice that he stopped doing that.
I don't know. Is that true? I've never thought of myself being scared.
Absolutely.
I'm scared. Let me hide my nuts. If Jason
absolutely. Look at Christopher Watts. Look at Christopher Watts. I know you know the Chris Watts case.
Yeah, where
how he held him
and the 2 kids.
Yeah, how he crossed his arms and held himself tight because he was scared. Every time he said something, he licked his lips because he was lying. He was.
What if he just smoked a blunt and had really bad cotton mouth? It was a sticky, icky.
Chris has no game for anything. He would be too chicken to smoke a blunt. I'm smoking a blunt, and I can make more sense than any of this. But the fact that they let him drive her car, if he wanted her out, he should have been walking. That's her car. He drove a stolen vehicle all the way to Florida, and FDLE and the FBI let him out of his sight, And I'm ashamed. I'm just like, are you serious? And this poor family.
Yeah, I mean, it's
No, but I tell you, if I see him, I'm calling 1-800 Crime Stoppers, getting my money and beating his ass until cops get there in about 10 minutes. Because we're looking for him out here. He could be anywhere. Now, I thought maybe he would commit suicide. But I think he's too much of a narcissist to commit suicide.
Yeah, I don't think he's killing himself either.
Yeah, I hope the elements get him, but then I don't, because I want his family to have justice.
Yeah, because even the family said, he's an outdoorsman, so a brick box is the worst torture for him, because he likes the outdoors. Take that away from him.
Absolutely. And if you love somebody, you don't just leave them there. He could have, and I'm not trying to say like this would be a good thing to do, but if he wanted to get rid of her, there was plenty of ways he could have done that. But I believe he got aggravated with her, and there is 911 calls of people saying he was punching her in the face. They were kicked out of a restaurant. I do deep diving in this stuff. I mean, he was obviously abusive to her, but I hate to bring out the race card. I'm a middle-aged white woman. I believe that if it was the other way around, somebody would have went to jail, because the police officer stood there and said, I don't want to take this little 90-pound blonde-headed girl to jail. And I have biracial grandchildren. I worry about that with them. They are, considered biracial until they get pulled over. That's my opinion. And that scares me to death every day. But we have a good sheriff's department here. Sheriff Grady Judd, he don't play. We would have never let him go. It's shameful.
Yeah, I agree with you. Look, and I want to thank you for calling in from Florida, giving us your opinion on it tonight. And we're going to stay on the lookout away from Judge Grady. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. If you want to commit a crime, don't come here, because you won't leave.
Yeah. I don't plan on coming there. I don't like the heat that much.
It's a really boring town, but it's a safe town. We're 30 minutes from Disney and 20 to Tampa, so we're good.
Okay. All right. Well,
I love your show. Thank you. Keep it up, because we got to find this guy.
Damn sure got to find him. That's for real.
All right. You have a safe night.
You too.
All right. Oh, one more thing.
All right.
One more thing. Did you see the spoof they did on SNL?
No, but why would they be making fun of this already?
I don't know if they were. I kind of got pissed off too. I was like, dude, this shit ain't funny. Or were they trying to bring more attention to it? But I don't think it was appropriate, especially if you were their family and you watched that. Yeah, I just couldn't believe it.
Yeah,
but anyway.
Hold on before you go now. You got me curious. What was the spoof? What did they do in the spoof?
Well, they had this guy, the actor, dressed up as Dog the Bounty Hunter, and they said, hey, has anybody seen Brian Laundrie, or am I just a really bad bounty hunter?
Oh, okay.
That's what it.
So they were joking dog.
Yeah.
Okay,
but I am glad they put his name out there, but at least put a picture of the real Brian Laundrie. I mean, because I thought it was disrespectful. I love SNL, but I just couldn't imagine being her family sitting there trying to just get their mind clear and say, hey, let's watch something humorous, even though people grieve in different ways. And seeing that on the TV would have that pissed me off.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look, be safe. Look out for serial killers, and I will talk to you next time.
I will, but there's probably a slim chance of two serial killers meeting up at the same time. I'm just kidding. I read that on a bumper sticker. Thank you, and I'll keep watching. Keep on the lookout.
All right, peace. So, yeah, I don't know, man. This day, so many people so crazy. There could be serial killers all over the damn place. Step on a person's shoe, they kill you these days. You know. I don't know. It's crazy. I hear your thought at Tinkerbell. Damn. So what have I been missing in the chat? How is everyone doing? I see we got a bunch of new people in the room tonight. If you're brand new, go ahead and hit 1 in the chat room. And if you're first time here, so I can welcome you to the channel. Hold on, let's take this call before y'all do that. Jamz, Dolly.
Yeah, I was trying to. Is it the online YouTube?
Yeah, this is the Logan Paul show. I'm the Maverick.
Okay, yeah. I was just trying to tell him something about the case.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let us know.
Okay. What I was trying to sit there and tell him was that what do you think about Bounty? About him and his daughter saying that he was just doing a publicity stunt.
That Dog the Bounty Hunter was doing a publicity stunt? Well, I mean, yeah. Maybe so, but I think Dog is really a bounty hunter, and that's what he does is hunt for people. So if he's out there hunting for people, this ain't the first high-profile person Dog the Bounty Hunter has went after. So I believe that that bounty hunter is legit. I mean, he's spending his own money doing it. He's putting up money as a reward. There's people out there with money that ain't putting up nothing. So at least Dog is doing something. Yeah, but even if it's little.
That they said he was putting up his money. His daughter said he wasn't putting up his money. It was a lot of volunteers and a couple other people that was doing it. It wasn't necessarily him that was doing it.
Yeah, but that's his daughter mad because she didn't get the Fiat, whatever car she wanted. She didn't get the BMW. She had to get the Toyota, and she's mad about it. Why are you going to go out there and dog your daddy? You know what I'm saying? That's the only daddy you got. He'll be dead one day, and you'll look back on it.
That was adopted daddy.
Oh, well, then I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But she sounds bitter.
Yeah, I mean, true, but real recognize real, and it's kind of one of those things that, if he is doing it, I hope he finds it.
Is Dog a saint? Is he a saint? Hell no. We heard what Dog said. Everybody knows what kind of person Dog is. He ain't a perfect person by far.
Oh, no.
You know what I'm saying? By far. We heard them calls. Everybody in America heard them calls, right? We know what kind of person Dog is, right? So, but still, you don't just try to destroy your family every chance you get.
Oh, yeah, that's most definitely. I mean, family normally stick together, but real recognize real, I just wonder, I honestly think he's somewhere dead.
Yeah, this is a Jimpulsive show. I was trying to think of the name of it, but, But you think he's dead somewhere? Dead. I don't think he's dead.
I do believe it.
Don't you think his body would have started stinking by now and somebody would smell him and they'd be like, "Ooh, dead body." You know what I'm saying?
No, if you look over history, people that want to commit suicide, 9 times out of 10 they hide their bodies pretty well. And I believe that he was a punk ass bitch. Forgive my French.
It was definitely that. He was like, "Nah, you good."
And so I mean, he went and killed himself somewhere, and we're going to find him here in about 30 to 90 days. It's just all it is to it.
He's just gonna be like a skeleton sitting there like this with a Monster Energy drink can in his hand.
Yeah, I hope one of them alligators bit his left butt cheek off.
I don't think he's in the alligators with mosquitoes. I think that's just a decoy to throw people off. He's at a Motel 6. They left a light on for him.
I know, right? And in Florida they normally have them drop tops with the name of Motel 6 on the car with hydraulics and stuff like that. So yeah. And that's pretty much where it is. I believe
they be putting hotel stuff on their cars.
Yes.
They do cereal boxes here. They do cereal boxes. Like you'll see like Lucky Charms drive by, then you'll see like the Twix car drive by, and shit like that.
Yes, next one's gonna be a Brian Laundrie car with some. It's gonna have on the top of it's not gonna have it's gonna have T-tops because it's bald headed.
It's because it's bald headed. Convertible, right? His car had to be convertible. Tags say wanted on the tags, right? With some 22s.
Exactly. I really appreciate you, man. Your show, YouTube show just brightened my whole night up. I appreciate you for everything that you do.
I appreciate it. I'm glad you're having a good time. Kick back, enjoy, grab you some popcorn. We're gonna be here for a little while, taking calls and seeing what the craziness is out
Well,
here in the
definitely.
streets.
I'm subscribing and have my 32 family members subscribe to you as well.
Yeah, you got a big family. Are you
Oh
one of the
yeah, oh yeah.
Duggars?
No, not quite.
Do you know who
I'm
the
originally
Duggars
from
are?
Yes, I do. I
Okay,
do.
okay,
They're,
okay. I'm just making sure you got the
yeah,
joke. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, most definitely. I'm originally from Arkansas, but I live in Frisco, Texas, and so all my family in Arkansas. My brother has a slew of kids and 32 grandkids. So,
Okay,
but one wife. So I'm gonna make
okay.
sure everybody follow you because
All
you
right.
seem to be a
Thank
cool
you.
ass dude.
Thank you. Okay. You know, you're a bad judge of character, but I won't hold it against you.
Oh, but you know what? I mean, hey, anybody that wears sunglasses at night must be cool.
Oh, yep. There you go. You know what I'm saying? It was a pogo stick accident. I don't like to show my face. All right. You be good.
All right, handsome. You have a great rest of the evening.
All right. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
I'm telling you guys, them pogo sticks are definitely dangerous. You got to stay away from them. Okay. Definitely stay away from them. You can lose an eye like that. Yes, Jimmy is the shit. Thank you, JB. And it's good to see you in the room. I know it's kind of been busy tonight. There's a lot of people in the chat room. And, all my day ones and guys that have been here since like years ago. It's hard for me to catch everything you guys are saying with 500 people in the room. So there should be some likes on this video because I'm working on the technology to actually be able to reach through the screen, right, on your little smartphone device, your little iPad or your damn computer. I'm going to be able to shake you. I'm going to be able to shake you. And you don't want that, okay? You don't want that smoke. And somebody just dropped $10. Laura, shout outs to you. You didn't leave a comment. So mad love to you. Sad case we're covering. But we still want to have a good time, have some fun, but still keep, that this is a serious matter. And the whole deal is, I joke a lot, but in all honesty, I want Brian Laundrie found just as bad as each and every one of you. So like when I wake up, first thing I do in the morning, I'm like, boom, let me see what's going on, right? I'm at work, right? And then people are sending me messages. So you guys have been keeping me up to date during the day while I'm at work from 2 to 10. I've been working. I work a 2 to 10 shift. So, but people have been sending me messages. So I've been knowing what's going on like all day. So then when I got off, I just caught up on things a little bit. And I don't think that really they're looking for Brian Laundrie at the Carlton Reserve. Not anymore. If they were looking for him, they'd be looking for him by helicopter. I believe they're looking for evidence, okay, in the Carlton Reserve. Maybe they think he went out there because remember they were all concerned about the water, letting the water die down because they believe he may have went out there and threw that phone or Gabby's phone, or maybe if she was shot, maybe he threw the gun out there. And I believe that's what they're looking for. I do not think this dude's out there that close to his house. He's like, oh, I'm going to run from the police. Let me go to this reserve and I'm going to hide. But I could be absolutely dead ass wrong. I could be dead wrong. But thank you guys for everybody that's been super chatting, hitting that super chat. Everybody that's been liking the videos. If you're super cool, just share it to your Facebook. That's all I ask. If you can't donate to the channel, just share the video. That's super dope of you either way. Also, we have t-shirts and hoodies and things like that if you want to support. It's like the link is in the description box down below this video. You'll see a little t-shirt emoji. It'll have the link that takes you to our merch store where you can check out Jamz TV hoodies and like we got some Corona stuff. We got all kinds of stuff over there, pillows, all kinds of weird things. So make sure if y'all get a chance, check that stuff out. And of course, there's Cash App, # Jamz TV, JAMZ. Remember that Z, because if you don't put the Z in it, it'll take you to Busy Bones from Bone Thugs and Harmony, right? And I don't think Bone Thug needs no damn money because, I'm sure Bone Thugs and Harmony made plenty of damn money in their day, right? But it's JAMZ TV. Jam TV is Busy Bones from Bone Thugs and Harmony. Weird. I don't know how we got the same. But I think I was here before he was. I mean, technically, because I've been on YouTube for 4 years. So he got a similar name to me. I don't have a similar name to him. And I don't know why You wouldn't just name your damn shit Busy Bones TV or Busy TV or like, why would it be Jam TV? It's weird. It's weird to me. I don't know. It's like you could have thought of nothing else. His dad's going out and supposed to assist BS. It's a publicity stunt. I agree. Because a lot of people think, like the sister, the people are out there aggravating the shit out the sister, right? She walks outside. She lies her ass off, right? Because half the stuff out of her mouth was a lie. Damn, I knew I seen you on here before, Jimmy. Yeah, I've been here for years. I've been on these YouTube streets for years. Done put millions of plays on the scoreboard, okay? Millions. I think I'm at 7 million. You know what I'm saying? On the board. 7 million on the board. So I've been here a minute. I enjoy Jimmy because he talks just like the guy I grew up with. Cool, thank you. T-Boom TV, you know. I appreciate it. You know, I need the love. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the love. Now I forgot what I was talking about because I didn't smoke all them blunts. Now I can't remember. But I do believe the dad is just throwing people off. I don't believe he's in that reserve. I do believe that that was a decoy why he got away. The authorities bit onto that right away. All them people were searching the reserve. Now they know, if you notice, they're backing off all the people, and it's just a small group that's actually searching the reserve. Jimmy, how long till he finds found? Take a guess, please. See you at the crossroads, right? So you won't be lonely, right? Bone Thugs and Harmony, Bone Thugs and Harmony, right? So you won't be lonely. I don't know how long they're gonna find till this man reaches the crossroads. You know, speaking about Thugs and Harmony, but I hope he reaches the crossroads really soon. You know, get him to court, give him the death penalty, strap him down, boom, he'll be at the crossroads. You know, that's what I think. Guilty. Why waste a trial? Why waste taxpayers' money? When you this guilty, they should just take you to jail. It shouldn't even be a trial. They're like, why are we doing all this? Just so we can go, okay, you're going to prison for life. Why don't they just catch him and go, hey man, you're going to prison for life? Get in the back of the car. You ain't never. You're gonna be in a box forever. You gotta get a lawyer. You gotta have all these trials, all blah blah. But you're guilty as shit. There's no unguilty to this. There's no way at this point, with this being such a high profile, that there's not 12 people, you know, that you can find that ain't heard about this case and already hadn't came to their own opinion that this dude is guilty. Do you think there's a drain in his backyard that leads to the lake for like a flood? Pig pie metal. Pie is metal. No, I don't know nothing about that. I don't know. You're digging into the conspiracy world. You know that, you know, there's a tube and he's underground. He's in a bunker. He's in a flower garden. You know what I'm saying? He's in a tree. You know what I'm saying? He burrowed out a beehive. I don't know where he's at. You know what I'm saying? But I know there's a lot of crazy ass people on YouTube that just make up the craziest shit to get you to click on their videos. Like when I see the hand, come on now, clickbait. He ain't in the ground, okay? The passing the letters, but I can believe that a little bit. Still clickbait, you know. This is like people just put anything up there to get people to click on their video, and yeah, like I don't buy into a lot of that. You know, I've known a man ain't in the garden. Somebody said he was dead. Look, I got it too. Look, this is how good this shit is, right? I can't make this up because I get a lot of messages. If you ain't add me on Facebook, I get most of my messages on Facebook. I'm pretty active on Facebook. First name's Jimmy. Last name on my Facebook is Jamz TV, one word. And I get some crazy stuff. People said he was dead. His parents killed him, buried him in the backyard, in the flower garden, right? I was like, I don't think that happened. Jamz. Oh, somebody hung up. All right. Almost had you, right? They said, yo, Jimmy, man, he's dead in the backyard. His mom and dad killed him. I know, man, he's in the garden. That's why they're out there planting stuff, right? A few minutes later, I get a message, yo, man, he's underground. He's underground. They're feeding him and stuff. They're dropping through a tube in the garden. And I'm thinking, these people just walked outside and dug around in the dirt. Now there's 700 conspiracies around why they were planting a flower. You know what I'm saying? I was like, they had flower beds. Like, they were probably there before all this happened, right? They just try to get outside. Jamz TV, Dolly Vision.
Hello?
Hello? You got to turn me down in the background.
I was calling there. I want to know about on the YouTube channel there where they had the van parked at. You see, there's two bodies over to your left there, people. One squat down by the woods there, by where the water stream goes through. Then on the other side, the left of that guy is another one. They're all dressed in black. And that's their RV there. The lady that was supposed to meet Gabby there, they were supposed to do a count there. She's going to show her how to set up a count. Well, they went there looking for him that day. And they got there with the van with, but they said it's dark and all, like nobody was there and everything. But as they're driving down that road, you look to your left, you see two people moving on. And one of them runs like hell. And then the other one there, he swapped down by the bush there, the ditch part there. And then as they get closer to the van, back to the van there, you see the door. It's like a foot open there, and that door, somebody pushed it to there.
Okay.
So who are those people?
Okay. So you saying you think somebody else killed her? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Yeah, what I'm saying here, everybody wanted to try to blame Brian about it. Now, I have a problem with the three cops. There's something about the three cops there because the other two women there that were married, all right, when they first started searching for them, they only searched an hour and all. And to my guess there, why they only searched an hour and all, because they already knew they were dead. That's why they called it off. They didn't do nothing else about it. And then with Gabby there, I noticed there when they had them pulled over and all, that one officer there is like, he kept wanting to touch her and all this and everything. Then he made up a mark there. He said, "You're so pretty to come up dead." And what happened later? She comes up dead there. It's just something weird about them damn cops there.
So you think maybe the cops?
Yeah, I do. I really do. It's just something about them three cops out there. And two, they really need to get some people up there to search that damn place up there. And also, hell, they found more bodies up there besides just Gabby there. I mean, how many bodies are actually buried up there?
Let me ask you this: if the cops did it, then why is Brian running, and why he talking?
Has anybody seen something? Because he was supposed to come back that night and all get the van. Because they said when the lady that's supposed to help us set up a count on, she said they left that day and all. When they came back the next morning and all, the van was gone. Because Brian was supposed to come back that night and get the van and everything.
Yeah, but what I'm saying,
I think
if Brian didn't do it, if he didn't do it,
I have no idea. I mean, it's just weird.
You think he's running because he's scared of the police because the police
really
can kill Gabby and
think
these people?
It's a good possibility there. I mean, he's afraid they might do something to him. It's really hard to say there. I mean, because you know that Tim Cox he said they get away. And I noticed where they got the thing there with the two ladies married now, they weren't too far from where Gabby is at. And when they come in the back way there, I mean, it's only a little small area there before you get into town now. And it's a good place where these cops can do a lot of things there, really can.
I don't think the police did it. I
don't know. It's just weird how they done because you ain't heard nothing else about them going out looking for them and they done anything else about the other two women. All I know is they went out and searched for them for an hour and that was it. Nothing else. And they took a lady, a friend there, of her daddy there, one of the girl's daddy, to go look for them all. And 5 hours later on the next day, she found them.
Yeah, I remember the girl went searching and found the body.
Yeah, the lady there, 5 hours later there.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's just weird there.
I don't think they would have found Gabby's body if it wasn't the tip from the people in the RV.
And yeah, it's just kind of weird there because they said it went too far apart there. I think like 15 feet from each one because they found Gabby, then they found a girl there. I'm saying her remains. Then they found that guy there that committed suicide.
Is that what they said the dude from Texas died from was suicide?
Yeah, the one that had the two kids and the wife there, they said that he was he had a backpack or whatever. What they say he done suicide there. What they say they claim.
Okay, so that's one person that at least he didn't kill.
Right.
Okay.
But then again, I mean, you had where they supposed to have him at that motel and all. You had him that day there when they had him at the motel. He kept being kind of like resistant with the one officer there. He wanted him to drop him off at that one part there where the two women were.
Yeah,
So
I mean, that's weird. It is weird that he was around where the two girls were murdered, and then he murders his girlfriend. That is totally weird.
yeah,
It
it is.
seems too coincidental.
And my understanding too, there were that restaurant where they got an application there. One of the ladies worked there, and the other one worked at a flower shop.
At a flower shop.
One went to the flower shop that he took Gabby at that day there. They was there on the 26th, I think it was, the 25th. And then that restaurant there, they was there on the 27th at that one, I think it was, when they got an altercation. But he knew both of them there. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's just weird. Somebody shows up to town and all these bodies start popping up.
And one other thing, too, there. One of the videos there on YouTube shows where the two women that were released that they were shot there.
Yeah, I know they were shot.
If you look at the back of that van, Gabby's van there on the ground on the driver's side there, the back posted where the bumper is, you see a handgun right there. I ain't heard nothing else about who got the handgun, who picked it up, or what.
Well, I believe they had a gun anyway, too, because why would you travel in all them weird places with no gun?
Yeah, I think they said when it first started out now, he had two rifles in his bedroom. They showed that he left them there. And that's when he made a trip there and he went back and he got them all. I had no idea.
What,
but
in
the
his
two
mom and
handguns, he
dad's
had
house?
two handguns. He did take those with him.
What, at his parents' house?
Yeah, his bedroom there. It showed where they showed in his bedroom there. He had two rifles there. They showed where he had them up on the wall there. And then he had two handguns. He had the thing there where they're supposed to be in the chases on the dresser, and they were gone. He had two handguns. Because in one of them there, showed Gabby on
Love Twizzler.
Instagram, I think it was. She had one of them close to her face there, but had the barrel going up to the side there. And they said that's kind of weird to having a gun close to your head like that.
Yeah. I mean, I know if you're going places like that, if I'm going to stay in the wilderness and there ain't nobody around but me, I'm taking a gun just in case Jason Voorhees or Michael Myers, Freddy Krueger, Chucky, any of those people show up, they getting a hot one in the ass. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to be somewhere like that unarmed. And I believe this dude ain't stupid enough to be somewhere like that unarmed. So I know when he travels, he has a gun on him.
Nah, he just didn't like people really know.
And he's not a convicted felon either, is he? He don't have like an extensive criminal record, so ain't no reason he can't have a gun.
No. There's also, too, yesterday, they let it slip out now. Somebody's asking one of the news guy or the FBI guy there, he done a little thing on the show there on the news thing, and he said, yeah, they worked for the police before, talking about Brian's parents, I guess all of them, I had no idea. He said, yeah, they worked for the police before, but nobody caught up to that there. They didn't realize that, what they said on. So that is kind of strange right there.
Yeah, I wonder which one of them in the family has the money. Is it the sister that has the money, or is it the mom and dad that has the money?
It's the mom and dad that's got the money on. They the one is, I don't know what all they done. That's what I'm saying. They said they used to work for the police there, and they I don't know if they let it slip out or what there, because then the next day there, today, they let the father go and do a thing on. Then earlier there, so where these people was trying to follow the dad and asking questions on, then that one FBI guy, he blocked him at the stop sign right there. I don't know if you've seen that when they went in a different housing development.
No, I didn't see that, I don't think.
Yeah, they said right there for a good 10 minutes, he wouldn't let him go around him and nothing there. And then he said he wanted to hurry and catch up to his dad to ask him questions and all that. And it's kind of weird why the FBI held him back and everything, instead of going on and everything.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, he took him where they used to live at in a housing development. That's what it was. He said they used to live in that area there, and they're trying to speculate, well, when Brian's at the old place there, where would it be at and all that? I mean, it's just kind of weird.
Yeah, the whole situation's weird, but I think it'll all pan itself out. Look, I want to thank you for calling in tonight, voicing your opinion on it. If you haven't yet, make sure you give the video a like and sub up the channel before you go.
All right. Thank you. Have a good night, Jeff.
You too, man. Peace. Nice meeting you.
Bye-bye.
So everybody has a different take on it, you know. Already, look, we're gonna talk of like everybody's. There ain't been two people that even been close on the same theory tonight. But I do know these Twizzlers are good. Shout out to Twizzlers. You know, I need a sponsor for the show. Twizzlers, y'all should hook me up. You know what I'm saying? Because these things are like $2.99 a pack. So yeah, everybody's gonna have a different take. try to be respectful to the callers if you can. Okay. You never know who is going to be right. All right. You guys give me 1 second. We're going to take a 1 minute intermission. I got to grab a soda, but I am going to come back. I'm going to take more calls, hang out with you guys for a little bit. But I got to get a drink and get me something to drink real fast. And I will be right back with you guys. I can't even talk. These Twizzlers are sticking to my teeth. Hold on. Okay, guys, I am back with you. So, like I said, if you got something you want to add to this case, I will pop up the call-in number back up on the screen in just 1 second, and I will be back with you guys, of course. A lot of things don't make sense in this case. I believe, if these officers that stopped them for this domestic violence situation would have had acted anywhere similar to a cop, this accident, this tragedy, I said accident, but it definitely wasn't no accident. This was definitely on purpose. Would have never happened if them cops would have done their job after they catch Brian, and they are going to catch him. The family needs to sue the police department. They need to sue for all the money they can possibly get, because that is just horrible to watch Gabby in that state, that we seen her in, crying, so upset, scared to tell the police that Brian had been beating on her, and you can see marks on her face from where Brian then grabbed her, squeezed her face, and these police didn't do nothing to him, didn't prosecute him, didn't put him in jail. He didn't have no money, so if he would have went to jail, he couldn't have bonded out, right? Unless his parents would have got some money, went up there, got him out, that type of thing. That would have took time. And in that amount of time, Gabby's parents would have probably flew out there, picked her up, and she would have been back home with her family instead of in a field somewhere dead. I truly believe that. The police that pulled up on Gabby and Brian, they definitely don't need to be police officers no more. And I know they just probably thought, oh, they're going to be okay, but no, you follow the law. It don't matter how pretty somebody is or how nice or they look like little innocent white kids. It don't matter. Little innocent white kids kill each other all the time. We see that, right? Maybe more than you think. So just because you're like, oh, they just look like they look harmless, they can't do nothing wrong. That's wrong. It's terrible to think that. Now, look, this girl's dead. This crime could have been avoided if the police would have just followed simple domestic violence laws, and they chose not to do that. Now, with that, if this would have been a mistake where he beat her up real bad and she's in the hospital and she lived, then yeah, maybe we, do some stuff to the cops, suspend them, make sure they don't get paid. Later on you could be a cop. This girl died. You should lose your badge instantly. It should be like, remember back in the Army today when they kicked you out, they would break your sword. I remember back in the day, they break your sword in half and your ass would have to march out in front of everybody. It should be like that. They should just walk up, snatch the badge right off of them. I mean, because look, here's the thing. I ain't a cop. And I would have known better than to let that go on. Right? I'd have known better. Right? Maybe them cops have never been around domestic situations where they're experienced enough to see that people are fighting or have been around crazy ass people or don't know how people really are. People are crazy. Okay? People fight like cats and dogs, and some people kill each other. They fight so hard that they'll fight to the death. And I believe that both of these people, I believe Gabby was like, when you told Gabby to shut up, I believe she probably turned it up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, nah, he didn't. You ain't going to tell me to shut up. And she, like, I'm assuming she didn't shut up to the whole time, And I don't blame her. You know what I'm saying? But she was dealing with a psycho, and maybe she didn't know. She was sleeping next to a monster every night and probably never had a clue. The dude she loved would be the dude to take her life. That is just wild, man. It's just so wild to me. All right, so we're going to open the phone lines back up for a little bit. And the call-in number, of course, is 757-797-6694. There's still about 500 of you guys with me. So if you haven't yet, make sure you give the video a like. If you ain't subbed up to the channel, please support us, help us grow. I can't do this without you, right? And maybe one day I can do this for a living. I can quit this shitty job I got because I'd much rather bring y'all information and hang out, take phone calls. It'd be way better living for me. I could deal with that. But right now, I'm having to grind like 50, 60 hours a week. I still bring y'all a good 4 or 5 hours of YouTube a day. Dedication right there. That's work. Don't blame the police. I do blame the police. You can tell me not to blame the police, but I'm still blaming the police. That girl be alive if it went for the damn police. Jamz TV, Dolly Vision.
Hey, what's up?
Inflation, the price of milk, gasoline, my power bill, my internet.
Right on.
Just not my paycheck.
Not yet, right?
Not yet.
Sweet.
So, who are you and where are you calling from?
My name is Race Brown. I'm calling from Phoenix, Arizona.
Did you say Razor Brown?
Yeah, Race Brown, Phoenix, Arizona.
Okay, Razor Brown, Phoenix, Arizona.
Race, like you run a race.
Oh, race. Okay, I got you. So what's your take on this whole Gabby PETITO, Brian Laundrie situation? Is the man got eaten by an alligator? Is he hanging out in a tree like an Ewok? What is it?
I think that if he is out in the wilderness, like everybody's assuming he is, he's probably somewhere where he's set on his bucket list,
Yeah, like I'm going
like
to
he's
like
somewhere where he wanted to. Somewhere he wanted to, go hike before he died, But personally, I think he is actually, held up somewhere. Somebody's helping him out. So
I agree with you too. I agree with that. I think if not, he'd already been caught. I believe
For
somebody's
sure.
helping him too.
Yeah, I think that like it would be, I think it would be worth it for people or to get the word out there for people who know someone who has known Brian at some point in his life.
Yeah, because how can this man go all these years and not have one friend? Nobody's came forward and said they're his friend.
He's got to have somebody in his life, you know what I mean, who cares enough about him that would, you know, help him out.
I would think so too. I would hope so. If you live your whole life and didn't make one friend.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And I think that you know, if we could put it out there that for people who know somebody who knows Brian, who knows somebody that knows Brian at some point in his life, if we could get those people, like if they notice that person is absent in their daily life, or like at work or in their normal daily life, you know, that they could, you know, call in a tip and say, I noticed this person has been absent, and I want to let you know because he might be helping Brian out.
Okay, so you want to, if somebody misses work, you want somebody to call the feds. That's what you saying, right?
Yeah, exactly.
He didn't come to work, yo, Fed. Hey, FBI, yo, this man ain't showing up. He was 10 minutes late. He's an accomplice. I'm telling you that now, right? If he ain't, he's still late, and we're gonna dock his pay. I don't know. That's a hard one, man. But I do believe you don't go your whole life without a friend. You know what I'm saying? Like this dude got to know somebody. He didn't go however old he was in his late 20s and not make one friend. Or Gabby couldn't have been his only girlfriend. Maybe there's a girl hiding him out. You know, a girl brought it to my attention and said, yo, he's a guy. He got a chick on the side. And maybe this girl's right, you know, because there's definitely somebody helping him. There's somebody probably hiding him. And maybe it's some stupid chick.
You know, it might be. And he's got the incels on his back, too. Or they got his back, too.
Yeah, he has to have a friend. Like I said, somebody's helping him. And maybe his parents just gave him a bunch of money. And then, boom, he was shooting to whatever destination he was, to whoever his friend is that nobody knows about. You know, that's like if you came after me now. I got a bunch of friends. I got friends that nobody knows are my friends that might help me. You know what I'm saying? So I could go to those people. If you ran up on my family, they might go, hey, man, I don't know where Jimmy's at. But my friends, they wouldn't even know what friend, my family wouldn't even know what friends I got to tell them which friends to look at.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I'm saying? So my family don't know all my friends. So I could be gone and they'd be like, well, I don't know where he's at. And they'd be telling the truth. They wouldn't have a clue.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
So how long you think he's alive, or do you think he's dead?
Oh, he's alive for sure. He's alive. He was a coward to leave her body rotting in Wyoming. He's a coward to kill himself.
That's what I thought too. I didn't think he was gonna kill himself, because I think if he was gonna kill himself, he would have done killed himself. You ain't gonna. But if he gets trapped, what if he gets trapped up in a house somewhere like a cabin? They surround it. You think he'll off himself?
Possibly. I think that he's definitely contemplating suicide. I just don't know if he would kill himself.
Yeah, you know, because you look at this, man. People think he's gonna go to prison for the rest of his life. That's justice. To me, that's not justice, because look, in TV you got cable, you get food, you can have soda, chips. Gabby don't get nothing. You know what I'm saying? Me, I believe in eye for eye. Strap him to an electric chair or to the lethal injection and get him out of here. You're done, homie.
For sure. I mean, you know, I definitely, I don't disagree with that. But, you know, I just think that he, you know, I don't know. If it was a situation where he blacked out and he killed her, you know what I mean, and he's sorry about it, you know, I believe that, you know, people like that they deserve a chance
now here's
to
the
get right
thing.
with.
Now, if I go out to the club and I bring a bunch of Jägermeister and I black out and kill somebody, should I be held responsible, or should Jägermeister be held responsible? Even
Well,
if you
definitely
just
you.
because you black out, don't give me the right. You can't kill nobody because you black out. You know what I'm saying? That I think that's an excuse that killers use. I blacked out, man. I don't remember none of it.
No, for sure. And I think that definitely he would be responsible. But at that point, I believe that he should be given a chance to get right with God before he goes. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, man, you do stuff like that, there ain't no getting right with God. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there is.
I get maybe, right? Well, then there's a lot of murderers in heaven. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be a dangerous place when I get there, I'm assuming. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I think it takes a lot longer than, I'm sorry, God, I didn't mean to kill these person when they're about to kill you, for God to kill you. Now, if it's real and it's genuine, then yeah, hopefully God is a forgiving God and he would forgive that person and allow that person, but you do some terrible stuff, man. You getting that one-way ticket to hell.
Yeah, for sure.
That's horrible, killing your girlfriend, stuff like that. I mean, there was other ways. All you had to do was leave the girl. Later, catch you on the flip side.
Yeah,
they
definitely were.
Deuces, bitch. That's what I've said that to plenty of chicks.
That's another thing is I think that how he left from Utah, and how he left from Utah and went back home to Florida and then came back out to Utah. I think something went down, and when he came back to Utah from Florida, and they started their trip again, I think that something happened where they started fighting at that point.
Yeah,
because
do you
I think
think the
before
whole
that they
fight
were
was over the dirty feet? Because I mean, she said that in the car. She was like, we started arguing because he got in the van with his feet dirty, and her OCD kicked in, and she was mad, and they started arguing. Do you believe that it was something as simple as that led to her death? That argument just escalated, then they stopped, and then it just kicked back up, and it escalated until she was dead.
I don't know if
Over
it's
some
about the dirty
damn
feet.
Yeah.
I think it might have been like a jealousy thing or something like that. You know what I mean? Like some sort of insecurity, because she was there alone the whole time that he was gone, and then he comes back and he's like, "What'd you do?" And then whatever,
And
well, I
she
met
was
this
like,
cool.
oh, well, he left, and he came back, and she was like, oh, you smell like some chick. You probably been out doing this. And the next thing it's like, I wasn't. And they start arguing, chop, axe. You dead in the field.
That's exactly what I think happened.
I mean, it's possible. It could be some jealousy thing or something like that. And maybe they fought each other. It wasn't just him. Like sometimes it takes two people to fight.
Yeah.
But look, I appreciate your opinion. I appreciate you calling in tonight. Make sure you give the video a like and sub before you leave, my man.
I already liked it, man. I appreciate what you're doing.
All right, you be good. Be safe.
You too.
All right, peace. All right, there you have it. Right? Everybody has a different take on this. Give me 1 second and I will take your call. There's a good old dog right there. Good old dog, a bounty hunter. Hold on, my mouse is sticking, guys. Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to answer the call, but my mouse is kind of acting up. There we go. Jamz TV, Dolly Vision.
Hi.
Hello.
I think that he has one friend and one friend only, and I think he murdered her.
Oh man, that's horrible. It looks like that, because I was like, man, nobody's coming out and saying, hey, I know this guy or I'm friends with this guy. He don't have pictures of him and a bunch of his buddies or none of that stuff. Maybe this dude was just like an invert, and people, or he was just a dick. I mean, that's the best way you can put it, right? Nobody liked him.
Right.
But
I
Gabby,
don't understand how she ever stayed with him. He was horrible. You could just tell when he was talking to the police.
I got the same vibe too. I got the same vibe that he's a manipulator. Somebody called and said they thought he was scared earlier. I don't think that guy was scared at all. I think he was just trying to get over on the police. When he was beating on Abby, he wasn't scared. You know what I'm saying? In jail, if you've been locked up, they'll tell you, man, keep the same energy. You know what I'm saying? Right. Don't be one thing and then become something else. If you're a big badass and you was big enough and bad enough to beat on that girl, hold a man, be a man when the police get there. What'd you do? I slap that bitch. You know what I'm saying? Don't get up in there and be like, oh, I'm the victim. I don't want nothing to, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, I knew right then, I was like, this dude is manipulating the police. If this was in Virginia and that girl had any mark on her, I don't care if it was look like a mosquito bite, your ass would be in the back of the cop car that got tased in the neck, have 5 officers on your back, and they be talking shit to you about beating on women all the way to the jail.
Oh yeah.
You know,
sure.
And then when I watched it, I'm like, yo, if they don't fire these cops or if these dudes are ever cops again, I just think they dropped the ball. They dropped the ball. The police in Florida dropped the ball. The searchers are dropped. Everybody done dropped the damn ball. They can kicked it off the field. At this point, the man could be in another country.
Right. I think the parents had way too much time to help them out of there. I don't think he's anywhere around there. I mean, with all the family lying, I don't see him being that close.
And I believe he has money. And I don't see him in the trees. I think this dude is laid up somewhere. And I mean, maybe you're right though. Maybe he don't have no friends, but he got to have somebody. You know,
I don't think so. He lived with mommy and daddy and his girlfriend until she was no longer his girlfriend or his fiance. I think that was his friend. I really do think that was his only friend. And I don't think he likes people too much, so he got rid of her.
Yeah, and that's weird that he would be somebody that don't like people, and then Gabby be such a beautiful smile and be such a people person.
Yeah. Oh, I think he liked to control her, but I don't think he loved her or,
I mean,
liked her.
Do you think there was violent outbursts between them before this event that went on with the police and what is it, Utah, or was it Wyoming?
Yeah. No, I do think there was, but I think he just kept brainwashing her into being sorry and, he can't live without her, blah, 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 until he was ready to kill her.
Yeah, I just hate when people feel like they accept abuse and they feel like they're the ones that caused their abuse. I just feel so bad for that. And when I seen Gabby, I felt like that. She felt like she was being abused and she felt like it was her fault she was being abused. And I just didn't like that. That was just like, that's horrible. And this dude's over there acting like a little girl. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you know what I'm saying? And it just drove me crazy. I was like, this dude is so fake. He is so being something different than he is in front of the police.
Seriously. And when she was going to have to be apart from him for the night, she knew he was going to be pissed off when he saw her.
Yeah.
And she knew not to say anything about him hitting her and stuff, really, but she did. And the police still didn't do anything. So I don't understand that. When you squeeze somebody's face and leave marks, I don't know. And
in Virginia, the police could pull up, and that little girl would have had a scratch on her from a thorn bush that she got in the garden from 3 weeks ago. Your ass would go to jail here in Virginia, right? She would. Any mark, they don't. I don't care if the wind blew a piece of paper out your hand and a paper scratched her face. You going to jail? They just you going to jail. They come, you going to jail. That's all I know.
Right.
So
and
they take domestic violence real serious here.
Yeah. The 911 caller that called in and said he was slapping her, I don't know. They just took that way too lightly, didn't care. And when she had the mark on her face, they didn't care.
Two callers.
Yeah, it was really ridiculous, I think. I just don't understand, how at that point either one of them walked away. They should have been locked up for at least the night. But I do believe that he's upset because he got to go to a hotel, even like a shabby hotel.
I mean,
if want to go there.
Yeah, if I was the news, I would come out now. The prosecutor is going to be on this case and be like, look, if you run any longer, we're going to take all deals off the table and we're going to seek the death penalty. Turn yourself in.
I just don't see him around there. I mean, do you think
turn
he's
yourself
actually
in?
around there all?
I don't know. I would doubt it. Like, if I knew everybody was looking for me in a place, I ain't going to be there. If everybody's saying, yo, I'm in the Appalachian Trail, you can believe as soon as I hear you're looking for me in the Appalachian Trail, I ain't going to be on the Appalachian Trail. So, and I believe in this day and age, with burner phones, you can buy them anywhere. You can walk right in there, convenience store with a mask on because it's Corona season. and buy you a cell phone, be out in the woods or be in a hotel room watching where, you know, all these people are looking. And then as soon as somebody gets a clue that's close to you, be like, all right, time to roll up on out of here. They got me, you know, because the media is going to put it out. The FBI needs people not to be posting YouTube videos to where he could be like, see it. Because if somebody is really telling the truth and they're a real witness, you know, they want to move in on them before, you know, everybody, it got a million views on YouTube.
Right. And with nowadays with people wearing masks, he could have a mask on and nobody'd even know it was
That's
him.
why I'm saying, why would you hide in the woods when you can walk down the street with a mask on? Nobody stops
I
you.
don't think he's there. I don't know. I think he's got a hookup with his mommy and daddy, and he's not around there.
Yeah, he went.
And
Look,
I don't think that he's roughing it.
Why did he kill her and then go all the way back to Florida just to leave? Because I believe he told his parents after it happened, he got on the phone with them scared. And he's like, yo, shit went bad. Gabby attacked me. I killed. He probably told them some lie. And they were like, come home, come home, come home. Yeah. And he drove all the way back from Florida. Then he got there, started going south. They were like, all right, here's some money. Because, you know, they got money. And they gave it to him in cash. And he rolled out. And maybe they don't know his location, but they did assist him financially. I guarantee you that. If you check their bank records, I guarantee there was a withdrawal from the time that Gabby died from his family to the time when Brian got into town. I guarantee there's a large amount of money withdrawal from their account.
Right. And the sister, she's a major liar. There's no way you go camping and your brother comes back from this long trip with his fiance, but she doesn't come back.
And even Fluffy, the husband, her husband, I call him Fluffy because I don't know his name, right? But Fluffy, right, if you go camping, there's a bunch of dudes, right? And there's women. Usually the women will sit around with the women and you girls will cluck it up. You know what y'all do, right? And then usually guys will walk off, play cornhole, some horseshoe, grill some food, drink a couple beers. There's no way he sat around with Brian and his father-in-law and didn't go, hey, man, where's your old lady?
Right.
There's just no way, because that's the first thing I'd have been like. I'd been like, "Hey man, where's your old lady at?" You know.
And the sister would have asked because supposedly her kids loved Gabby so much that she would have asked, you know, where's Gabby?
But she messed up there because she said, "Look, when she said she didn't talk about Brian because the kids were." She didn't talk about him because the kids were around. Well, why would you talk about him if you don't know he murdered anybody yet? Why wouldn't you talk in front of the kids? Nobody knows he's murdered. Why wouldn't you talk about Gabby to Brian? She said she did it because the kids were around. Well, you wouldn't. Then you know, if you were scared to say something about it, if the kids were around. I don't know if you caught that in her interview, but that's weird. That's like you didn't say nothing to him about it because your kids were around. Well, if she's alive, what's the big deal if you say anything about the lady? Yeah, that's strange. I found that odd. I was like, she knew. And but it's still
their dates. You have to change their dates every other day. It was this date. It was that, you know, they're just lying.
I mean, I can understand you love your brother, but if your brother killed somebody, would you take your kids to see him? I mean, I can see if you go say bye to him, but would you take the kids with you? You know, that's a little strange.
I have 5 sons, and I love them to death. But if any of them murder someone, and it isn't in self-defense, they're not going to want to tell mom.
Yeah, but what if they came to you? Look, I wouldn't say your kids would do this, but let's just say hypothetically. They came, one of your kids murdered somebody, and they came to you and said, look, Mom, Gabby attacked me. I shoved her. She hit her head on a rock. She's dead. They're going to put me in prison forever. What would be your, you would want to believe your son, you know, and I'm sure that the Laundrie family, whatever he told them, they want to believe it because they love him, and you know, they would think, you know, but he is a killer. You don't think he wouldn't lie, but you know, then it becomes a different situation.
Would never do that, but I think this family is weird from the beginning. There's something wrong, and I think they know the whole truth of what he did too. And I'm sure it wasn't an accident because he just seems like he's overly angry. He tries to pretend he's not, but he is. And I think that the parents are just as guilty, and his sister now, because she comes out and she lies.
Jules says the parents are weirdos in the chat. I caught that comment.
Yeah, I don't know. they're strange. The whole family there are strange. Like I said,
So
no
it might be
friends
one
have
of
come
those
forward for him.
the apple don't fall far from the tree type scenarios that we're
Mhm.
in here. You know, maybe the whole family's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I mean,
you do love your family, and I'd want to protect my family. But if I knew I had a son like that, I'd be afraid to be around him. Heck no, I'm gonna tell him you're going down, buddy.
yeah,
'Cause,
I mean, I would be thinking that too. But like my son came in and told me he killed somebody. I'd be thinking, okay,
Mhm.
well, when I go to sleep tonight, now I know he done killed somebody. I hope he don't kill me because now I know. You know what I'm saying? I'd be like sleeping with one eye open.
Yeah, and that's what you would start to think. But I think this family's just kind of, I really do feel
Shout
they
out to
know
real quick.
everything.
Shout out to Farley. I think Brian right now is getting his laughing at all of us. This is like some soprano stuff. I am getting drunk. Okay, thank you for your donation. That was a little graphic of a comment, but thank you for the support to the channel either way, man. And don't get too drunk, and definitely if you don't be driving, call it Uber, Lyft, any of that stuff. Or if you're at home, don't get blackout. You know what I'm saying? Because people want to blame murder on being blacked out.
And you'll have no idea what went on. So yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, that would suck, man. Because I share a little quick story with you. I went to this concert one time and I drank way too much, and I woke up in jail, and that feeling of like not knowing why you're in jail, and I was so hungover. I drank a bunch of Jägermeister, and that's the only alcohol that make me black out like that. But it'll make me black out. And I just remember I woke up and I had one jail shoe on, and I was in a cell by myself, and it was painted yellow, and it had a steel yellow door with a little window in it. And I sit up, and I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, oh shit, what did I do, right? So I'm sitting there trying to think. In my head is this pounding. I'm trying to think what I could do to be in jail, right? It's not coming to me because I'm still half drunk or whatever it was from drinking all that liquor. So I get up and I beat on the little window of the jail cell. And finally, after about 15 minutes, this deputy comes up to the window, and I'm like, "Hey, man, why am I in jail?" And he looks at me and he goes, "You don't know why you in jail?" I reply back to him, "Nah." He's like, "Oh man, you in big trouble." And there's this little blind that shuts the window, and he just says that he shuts the window, right? And I'm like, "Oh damn!" So I go sit back down, and I'm sitting there, and I'm thinking, I'm trying to just run through my mind, what did I do? What did I do? And I couldn't remember. And about 15 minutes later, he comes back to the window. He goes, "Hey man, I was just effing with you. We arrested you for drunk in public. You'll be out in about 15 minutes."
Oh God.
And I was like, thank God, right? Like, thank God. But when I got my wallet back, all my money was gone. My cell phone was broken half. But I went to this concert. Apparently, I had a great time, you know?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Your friends can tell you what a good time you had.
Yeah, I can't remember it. I can't remember any of it. But apparently, and the crazy thing is the police told me that I was conscious when I came to jail. Because I told him, I said, I don't remember coming to jail. Like, I don't remember going. I don't remember being put in a cell. I don't remember any of it. And they were like, nah, you walked in. You was making jokes and shit. I was like, huh? I was like, I don't know. That was somebody else. I don't know what demon that was. Y'all brought into jail, but that won't me because my spirit done left my body about 10 shots ago.
I know. And that can happen. I don't drink, but I did on my 40th birthday. I don't remember any of it. I don't. I said, I've never done that to where I can't remember, the day, but I really don't remember. But I guess I had fun. It was a swimming party. I'm surprised I didn't drown, but anyway.
Yeah. And the crazy thing was like that. I asked the police, I said, where did y'all arrest me? And apparently, this is even the crazier part. I was in the vehicle with some girl, okay, that I don't know who she was. They told me her name because she was in jail too, right? I was passed out in the truck, and she got a DUI, right? So I was passed out in the truck, and they woke me up and arrested me for drunk in public. And they were like, I guess the girl, I don't know who she is. Still to this day, I have no clue who this woman was. But apparently, when she gets to jail, she spits on one of the deputies, right? So then they charged her with like assault on a police officer, DUI, and they're telling me who her name and stuff, and I was like, I don't know her. I don't know, you know. They were like, yeah, you was in the truck asleep. I guess I walked out the concert and tried to catch a ride home and was with some chick. Random as that sounds. So that was crazier than waking up in jail. I was like, what? They were like, yeah, you was in a car passed out with somebody we pulled over for DUI.
Well, you're just lucky she wasn't wanted for murder.
Yeah, right. I never seen her after that. I don't know who she was. Hopefully she was, you know, I wish her luck, but she shouldn't have spit on the police, you know.
Yeah, you being there with her in her truck and she's wanted for murder, that could have worked out. It's been a way different story for you.
The whole time I was in there, like when I woke up, I could hear somebody like kicking the door, like banging, just boom, 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 boom. And they were like, that's your friend. I was like, I don't know her. You know what I'm saying? I was like, how can it be I was like, that's your friend kicking the door back there. You could hear it like ringing through the whole jail. Yeah, and I was like, I don't know that chick. I don't know her. Peace, let me out. You know what I'm saying? I'm going home. I got a headache.
Oh, that is too funny.
It cost me a $156 fine. I paid it before I left the jail.
Yeah.
So,
well, you know, what's good about your show is you do make people laugh, and that's good. Even through these terrible times like this right now, people need to laugh some.
Yeah,
you know,
I agree.
But
I agree.
Everything's just so depressing nowadays. People do need to laugh, but I do hope they catch this Brian, and I hope that her parents get a chance to see him eye to eye, because that's what they want to do, and you know, they do whatever they have to do with him.
You know, if this, you know, not to keep you forever, but if this was my kid, I just don't think I could ever sit in a room and look you in the face without trying to bite you in the face like Hannibal Lecter.
Oh yeah.
You know, I just don't think I could. I just don't think it'd be safe for me or him to be ever in the same reaching range, because I mean, it's just horrible. But look, I appreciate you calling in and voicing your opinion on this case tonight. Like always, make sure you give the video a like, and if you ain't sub, make sure you sub up the channel. I appreciate it.
I will. Thanks so much.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah, man, like I understand, you know, the family wants him in jail. I if I was on Dr. Phil, they'd be like, yo, man, we gotta get him off the channel. He's talking all kinds of crazy stuff, right? But that's how I would feel, and it would be real. You know what I'm saying? Like, I couldn't fake it. If somebody did something to my kid, it would, like, I couldn't just be like, yo, turn yourself in. I'd be like, yo, dude, you better hope they get you before I get you, right? Because that'd be real. That'd be what I really would want to say. Jamz TV, Dolly Vision.
Hey, are you there?
I am definitely here.
Yeah, I hear you. I was going to say what's up, but I already heard what you said. Yep, inflation, the whole 9 yards. So
yeah.
I'll leave that to that.
Who are you?
I'm David.
David, nice to meet you, David.
Yeah, I'm calling from Florida.
Florida, are you close to the situation at hand?
I've been checking it out very carefully. I've been trying to get some information in certain areas, trying to put this together. You know, I'm a retired bounty hunter.
Oh, well, that's
cool. So my situation here is that I would say whatever caused her to, you know, for Brian to kill her, I believe that she had some issues, medical issues or whatever. It got to a point where he probably, you know, lost his cool, and I'm sure that the autopsy has not prevailed of exactly what her death was, but I would say he probably strangled her. And once he came to realizing what he had done, I think he just totally freaked out, called his parents, let them know, blah, blah, blah. And I believe he just put her body out there, and he didn't know what else to do. If the FBI did find if the FBI found any blood or anything like that in the van, I believe that issue would have came out. But if it didn't, they're going to hold that back as evidence.
Do you think he killed her in the van and dumped her body where it was, or do you think they were just out there? And he
I believe,
I
believe wherever they were, either in the van or out of the van, he probably lost it because, I mean, she had a medical problem, and it just got to a point where he just couldn't take it.
Well,
And
you know,
either he was
here's the thing: bitching is not a medical problem. Just because a woman
Oh, I
bitching
understand
is
that.
not a medical problem. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I agree.
I've been with many of women that got a mouth for days. That is technically not a medical problem. Even though you think it is, be like, hey, yo, my girl won't shut up. You still can't strangle her, shoot her, stab her. You know what I'm saying? The medical problem is this: is it might be the other person that has a medical problem for putting up with it.
I was just going to say that.
If you're with a person that's treating you like that and you sticking around, you the one with the medical problem.
I agree. I was just going to say that. I believe it worked on both sides.
Yeah.
But however it turned out, okay, she's dead. Okay, and that is the issue right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Now I've hunted a lot of guys in my days, and my opinion, I do not believe that Brian's out there in the woods. That's for one.
Yeah,
I believe because if you ever notice, even through their video or even when the police stopped them, and every moment that you have seen Brian, he's always wearing sandals. Anybody who's going to be chucking out in the woods or anything like that, I'm not going to go out there with some damn sandals. All right?
Oh, hell no.
So, you see what I mean? So that shows right there that he likes to go camping and stuff. Yeah, he wears his little sandals, walking in a little nice little grass or whatever. But to be out there hiking in the woods or in that swamp ain't going to happen. It's not him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't see him in the swamp. I think he's in a seedy hotel like every other crackhead criminal.
No, the way I see it, I don't know if the FBI has checked of any real estate that their parents own, family, friends, girlfriends, anyone who owns any real estate. I don't believe Brian is anywhere near the areas they say he is. I think that was just thrown out there because of what the parents said, that he had a backpack and he went out there and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
I've always learned as a bounty hunter, that when I'm out there checking out and trying to find my fugitive, the word in the street is, oh, he went to New York, he went to Chicago. Well, I always have known one thing. Anybody who's going to go to Chicago, New York, or anywhere like that, they're not comfortable, because the bottom line is that they don't know their surroundings. They're more nervous and scared. So they're not going to do that. If anything, they're going to be close by, where they know their surroundings.
Yeah, where they feel comfortable or feel safe.
Where they feel comfortable and they know their surroundings. Okay? He's definitely not going to be using paper trail. That means he's not going to use credit cards. He's not going to be using. He got rid of all of that stuff. I believe he does got a hot phone somewhere where he's using it, and it's been provided to him. And he left one in the car, you know, as the FBI found. But I believe that if the
I thought they left that phone at the house and they had retrieved it.
Yeah. They found it in the car, actually.
Oh.
From what I heard.
Okay.
Yeah, they found that in the car.
But that was his new phone. That wasn't the old phone. Nobody knows what happened to the old phone.
All right, if that's the case, then one way or the other, he's having some communication with someone. I believe that he's no more than about maybe, I don't know, I would say 20, 30 miles away, probably away from his parents' home, probably in a trailer, or either in an empty home somewhere. Now, when the parents said that he was going to go out to the trail and took his little backpack, and that was the last time they seen him, I don't believe that is what happened. I believe that someone was already going to pick him up down the street. He got into a car and he went into a safe house. Yeah, so I believe that that's where Brian is hiding at this moment, probably in the safe house. Because if they haven't found him,
mysterious friend though that would add an accomplice. That's what I've been saying. I believe it's a girl that he knows, some girl from somewhere, or somebody got to be helping him. All right. He ain't doing this on his own.
What's the bounty on his head right now?
Almost $200K.
$200,000?
Yeah.
Okay, if it's $200,000, I believe any girl out there or anyone like that would have probably turned him in already.
Maybe.
I mean, money talks.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
you're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right.
You know what I mean? So I don't think that would be the case. I believe this has something to do within the parents.
Yeah, because I
I was hearing through your show that maybe the parents were involved with, they were in law enforcement at one time or something like that.
Yeah, well, I think one of the ladies, I think his mama sometimes worked at the court, maybe in the DA's office or something at one point, is what I heard, but I'm not too 100% positive of that. And I don't want to tell you something that's completely wrong, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Then you'd be like, well, Jimmy told me, and I'd be like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, but yeah, that's what I heard too, that she worked in the courts or something of that nature. Yeah. And
well, if I'm not wrong about what I'm saying here, I believe he's hiding either in an empty home or in a trailer, somewhere in the backyard of somebody's trailer or something like that. All right, there is someone that's he's got to eat. He's got to eat, and he's got to have something to drink. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So wherever the hell it's been a good while. So
and he might not have no friends, but his parents might have friends. You know what I'm saying?
Whoever is hiding him, okay, has to be somebody real close within the family. You know?
I would think,
and
the same thing too.
probably, and I don't know, someone in the family for sure. You know, I don't believe it'd be a girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, or an ex-friend or anything like that, because $200K, somebody would have already called in.
Yeah, you're probably right on. You're absolutely probably right on that one. I think
so.
It had to be family not to turn you in at that amount of money. For
sure. Now, I don't know what's the relationship with their attorney, how many years they've known them, but someone within the family or within the attorney, somebody, all right, where they feel they're not going to be implicated or either found out, that they know the FBI does not have a clue, you know?
The FBI can't have a clue or he'd already be in custody.
Completely isolated. Huh?
I don't think they have a clue at all, or he'd already be in custody.
No. The FBI don't have any clue at all. Dog the Bounty Hunter, he doesn't have a clue either. He's getting false calls and everything. He's just pretty much doing all this for publicity.
Yeah, I mean, because you got to remember, there's so many crackpots out there just calling saying I seen them just because they ain't got nobody to talk to. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
when they could have subscribed to Jamz TV and hit that like button, and I would have talked to them. They didn't have to make shit up.
Yeah, I mean, Dog the Bounty Hunter has this show up in Hawaii. He's chasing, drug addicts, stuff like that. I mean, any bounty hunter is not going to be busting in a door, going in somebody's home with a can of mace. That's out of the question.
Yeah. So, that's how you get killed.
He's a convicted felon. He can't even be near a gun. I mean, what is he going to do? Take Brian down with a can of mace? No. And
but he has some federal agents with him.
And you were saying in your show that he had probably 2 rifles and 2 handguns, right?
Yeah.
All right, so most likely he does probably got a handgun. I don't think he's well familiar of a guy who, likes to go out shooting or shooting in the range. I believe he just has a gun because he can.
Yeah, because he probably needs one out there in the middle of nowhere.
But out of fear, he'll probably fire that weapon. If there were someone coming at him or something like that, I can see that. But if Dog the Bounty Hunter wants to run into him, I think in fear he's probably going to shoot him. So forget about Dog the Bounty Hunter for right now.
Yeah, old dog.
But real bounty hunters have been sitting back waiting for the reward to see how high it's going to go. So I'm sure that we have a lot of bounty hunters out there right now.
Yeah, I mean, that amount of money,
$200K, $200,000. Yeah, I mean, $200,000. They'll take. It'd be worthwhile to try to find them. You know what I mean? And they got more snitches in the streets that would know. But here's the problem. Brian is not the kind of guy that grew up in a neighborhood where in the hood or was involved in activities with other people and things like that. He seemed like he came from a clean little house with his mommy and daddy.
Yeah.
So that environment around him is not there. That's for sure.
So he don't know the
streets. In that case, it's kind of difficult to find him because even if the snitches were in the street, those snitches wouldn't have that kind of clue with that kind of a person in that environment.
Yeah, they wouldn't know that.
If you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, he ain't doing dirt like that. So only snitches doing dirt know the circle of people doing dirt. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what makes it a little more difficult. Now, I don't know if the U.S. Marshals are involved, because if the U.S. Marshals were involved, they're the best of finding and tracking.
Oh, I know all about how quick the U.S. Marshals will find you.
So I'm not sure
they found me quick.
I'm not sure if they're involved. And I don't think they are, because right now the warrant that is for his arrest, it's a petty ass fucking warrant.
Went for that credit card stuff.
Yeah. You know what I mean? So with that alone, I don't think they would be involved. All right. For right now, he is just a person of interest. You know what I mean?
That's crazy.
Intel.
I mean, I would have already had a murder charge on me. I'd already be in jail. I mean, it'd be so much different if it was me. I just feel like, what's the big deal about go ahead slapping this murder charge on him? I think even the little bit of evidence we got is enough that you're guilty. You know what I'm saying? Everybody knows this man's guilty.
Well, here's the point. They're not going to do that because it can screw up their case. That's for sure.
I mean, I understand that they don't
want to rush
something and then
it's like already convicted him for murder. So they're not going to do that. Not until they have enough evidence in front of the state attorney. Well, the state attorney will determine that. You see what I'm saying? And they have to present that entire evidence that will put him in the spot. One spot after this spot to this spot to that spot.
Yeah. I mean, I think even at some point, if they didn't have enough evidence, they're still going to bring him up on charges of murder.
Well, they don't forget, it has to go in front of a jury. So they will determine that. You know?
Yeah, but what jury in this world would let this dude walk? He left that girl out there, didn't tell nobody. Right there, that is enough. You should go to jail for the rest of your life anyway. Would you leave your fiance out in the middle of nowhere dead and take her van, spend her credit cards? You're guilty, dude. There's no explaining anything that dude could say to make me think he was innocent. What could he say to make you think he was innocent?
I agree with you. I totally agree with you. Well, you see, there's certain things that they have to do within the courts.
Yeah, I know. They got to prove it. I know they got to prove it.
Yeah, there's certain things they have to do within the courts, man, that one mistake, I mean, that's it.
Yeah, like OJ.
He can walk.
Look, they dropped the damn ball on OJ, so look at OJ walk.
I mean,
he cut people's hands off.
Let's just use one thing for an example, all right? What was his name? Bill Cosby.
Oh,
Bingo.
God. That creepo.
You see what I mean? Technically, he's out.
Yeah.
So you see, they don't want something like that to happen within this case. Now, like I said, I believe he's hiding in someone's home.
Did you think Bill Cosby in a trailer? Not to change the subject, but did you think Bill Cosby would ever be like that? I just never pictured him being that dude.
You never know.
That's what I'm saying. You never know about somebody, man.
You never know.
You can sit beside somebody every day, and the whole time
there's
they're
so
thinking
many
about stabbing you in the eyeball with a fork. You just would never know.
I believe everybody has a skeleton somewhere in the closet.
Oh, I got a whole closet full of them. They be coming out. I had to jumping at me and shit. I mean, there's tons of them, man. I got piles of them. They're adding up. Them bones.
But I believe,
you know what I'm saying?
But I believe the cause of her death is. I think it's an issue that happened between both of them. They both had some mental problems between themselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's sad. And but look, I want to thank you for calling in, voicing your opinion on the case. It was awesome talking to you, man.
But there is one more thing that I want to say.
All right, go
ahead. One more thing, if you don't mind.
You got the floor.
I mean, when they were pulled over, okay, first thing happened was they got a 911 call saying a witness saw Brian beating and slapping her around and placing her in the van. 2 minutes later, the police pulled up, okay? So to make a short story, just as short as I can, you have a witness that witnessed him slapping and hitting her. With his written statement alone, okay, they both should have been arrested, okay? under an investigation for domestic violence. No question about it. Well, you see, there's a double standard here, okay? The officers did not do their job like they should have.
I agree with that.
You understand? They didn't do their job. For the simple reason, and when I say double standard, I'm not using any racist, but if it would have been an Hispanic, if it would have been a black person, or any other race, I don't think this would have occurred. With no questions asked, they would have been arrested. Okay? I've worked with a lot.
I don't know. I can't. That's hard to really say, but you might be right.
Yeah. I work with a lot of officers, and they lay leniency on certain people. They do.
But
so
I just think like
they gave them leniency because, you know, they look like innocent, had a little spat fight, you know what I mean? And they didn't want to tarnish her record by hitting her with a domestic violence, even though she did admit that she placed her hands on him. Okay? That alone, they should have arrested her.
But
if they would have done their job.
State by state, though, I see differences because in Virginia, I don't even think it would have mattered if it was a pretty little white girl and a white dude making you going to jail. It's the law, and they're just going to enforce the law. You know what I'm saying?
I was just going to say that.
And they should have did that. It don't matter.
Right. They should have followed the law. Number one, as I said.
That's it.
Yeah. Number one, as I said, you have a witness with a written statement. That alone would have forced those officers to arrest them with no question asked.
Yeah, I agree with that.
See? And they didn't do their job.
Yeah.
Because all that officer had to do was say, okay, let's go get a written statement from this witness. You know? And he would have signed it right there. Yes, I saw it. Boom, boom.
These guys should never be in law enforcement again. They should definitely lose their job. When this is all said and done, them officers shouldn't have a job. Still with me? Did I lose you? Okay, I think I lost that caller, but it was absolutely good talking to you. And I agree with you. He was a former bounty hunter. If you hadn't former bounty hunter, make sure you give the video a like. Make sure you sub that channel. We're almost to 2,000 on Dolly Vision. So guys, y'all help me get to that 2,000 mark tonight. Hit that sub button. We have had Ryan Upchurch call in, Takashi69. There's been a lot of people, that's called in over the years. Jamz TV.
Hey, buddy, it's Bray from Boston checking in with you tonight.
Boston, and it wouldn't be a normal night without you calling in from Boston.
I know.
Good with you, girl?
What's that?
I said, what's good with you?
All right. So, yeah, I think the whole, dad going to search in the reserve, that's all a publicity stunt.
Maybe he's looking for his khakis.
His khakis maybe in there, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
I wonder where they packed.
Yeah.
So, I'm just saying, he ain't in there. He may have been at one point. He's on. Listen, this kid ain't equipped to live in the parking lot. Excuse me, I'll try to keep I'll try to refrain from the F-bomb.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
I'll try to help myself here. But, he's not equipped to live in the Everglades. Listen, unless you got some alligator repellent and some
alligator repellent.
You know what I'm saying? You ain't living in the Everglades. I do not believe he's across the country. I do think, yes, probably, like the last caller said, they tend to stay where they know.
Most grand juries would indict a ham sandwich. That's funny. Charlie, you're a trip. He said most grand juries would indict a ham sandwich.
Oh my God. And then, the lawyer says he spoke to him, on the 14th. Well, that would have been the day after we went missing. So I do think the lawyer still is in communication with him, which he does not have to disclose as the lawyer. Also, that Instagram post that Brian had put up, I don't know, it was a couple weeks ago now, and it said, "Lord help me, I'm innocent." And like Ryan Upchurch, I think it's his first name. He had screened in, and you could see a face in the CCR TV, in that photo.
Yeah, did Brian Laundrie post that picture?
He posted on his Instagram, but it's not him. It's not his reflection in the TV. It's another guy.
And this is after the Gabby thing?
Yeah. And so it's in a camper, an old style trailer or whatever, because those old TVs are in them. And And then this other girl went missing, and this guy, the reflection looks like the dude that was found for her. I don't even know. It's all a hot mess, but
Oh yeah, I haven't had a chance to check out that video from
yeah.
Church yet. I know he's got a 2-part series on how he broke up with what's her name, Nicole Amber or something shit like that. The comedian that's not a comedian girl. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's pretty funny. So and if they really thought he was in that reserve, they would have brought dogs in. Listen, it's the only way. Those dogs, any PI will tell you that. Like, this and that's former law enforcement.
Yeah,
Upchurch, 100%.
Upchurch is a funny guy. I was watching this video today, and he was saying something about this woman looking like a bird, and they were talking about how domestic violence. It was a thing about domestic violence because he had gave a record to like the Cheatham County Police Department, his first gold record, and then that same day he got served with like a some type of subpoena or something for domestic violence, and they made a big deal about it. I think her name's Nicole Amber. That's the girl's name. And he's made like a 2-part video, but he was just joking the hell out the girl, and I was sitting here watching it today laughing. Upchurch is a funny dude.
Yeah, he definitely is. And he's like, I'm gonna solve this case. He even put up like $25,000 or $50,000.
Well, Upchurch got some money. He ain't broke.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
No,
he ain't me.
He's got
you know
a record out.
Yeah, he got some cash.
And then like the last caller said, they both should have been arrested. Well, 100%. Because listen, she ain't gonna talk with him standing 100 feet away from her. There's no there's no way. Especially thinking she may be going back with him, right? She's not gonna say a word. You need to get them both in, and you need to put her in a room and say you are safe. Bring in a domestic violence expert. There's plenty they could have brought in at the station, I'm sure. And really figure out what's going on.
I agree.
And what concerns me, she was on the phone with her mom in the back seat of that cruiser. So what concerns me is like, well, what was said? Because I highly doubt her mom would have been like, oh yeah, just go on with the trip,
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure her mom would have told her to come home.
Right.
You want me to fly you back or something of that nature. Like if my daughter got off with her boyfriend or something and they were out somewhere fighting, and I would be like,
right.
The first thing I'd be like, you want me to fly you home?
Totally. I mean, I'm sure Gabby would have said no, but, I think, 100%. And then, and they're going by the law. They're like, well, did you attempt to cause them bodily harm? And she's like, no, and then, okay, well, he's not physically impaired and he's not ill. So I guess technically by the law we can, and it's like, listen, no, y'all look and wait. First of all, you should have never had him on the side of the road for an hour and a half. It's unsafe. And really, it's unnecessary. Bring them in. You can always let them go, but bring them in. It doesn't need to be, that can be expunged from their record later on, And then, one of those cops was fired for that, and then the chief stepped down. So clearly, they know it's an issue.
Yeah.
But, it's like, I mean, I don't know, listen, like he said, they're trying to build this case solid with, they only have that, the debit charge on them. They're not going to do the murder, like he said.
Austin Brown said Brian's putting together his book deal and his movie rights right now.
Exactly, right?
Yeah,
totally.
It's going to be a movie. That is probably true. Austin.
Oh, there'll be a movie.
Yeah. And he'll have a book deal.
Yeah, he's totally got Chris Watts vibe. And, so yeah, they don't want him being released on a technicality or bail, and they know the parents, they know what they got for money, and they know, okay, they could probably pay his bail for this and this, so they want to make sure it's solid. Now, as far as, everyone think, people in law enforcement are saying, well, yes, the FBI totally knows where he is. They're just building their case. At this point, I feel like if that's the case, they're risking, I'll say it time and time again, they are risking so many people's lives.
Yeah, I don't think they have any damn clue whatsoever to where this man is.
I can't imagine at this point.
They might have some good leads. I mean, we don't know. Right. But at this point, I just feel like they don't know where he's at.
Right. Because
what we're seeing.
Yeah, it seems like it's a circus. I mean, And then it's like, it's like, why don't you bring in the military? Why don't you bring in some highly trained, military professionals with canines? I mean, listen, he is, I believe, like he said, in a cabin, or a trailer, something. There ain't no side chick, there's no side girl. I don't know why people are saying that.
Why can't there be a side chick?
Listen, he kept tabs on Gabby like crazy. I mean, they were together 24 hours a day, every single day. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't even let her leave the house without him. He didn't leave the house without her. Is what people, the circumstantial evidence says anyway. So I just don't see it. And I also, he's an idiot. Who the hell would want to, I don't see it. I mean, I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I've been wrong. I might be wrong. I mean, we're going to find out in the end what the deal is, for sure.
And then everyone's saying, the picture the police said out of the van with the seat cover and the driver's seat's removed, so he must have killed her on the seat. It's like, dude, they took the cover because he was the driver, so his DNA is covered in it. I mean, first, and secondly, yeah, something did happen there, but obviously they're going to take the seat cover that his ass was on for, for 3 weeks. You know what I mean? And then people are saying, oh, she was beheaded because what her stepfather said is he placed the flowers where her head was laying and the cross where her torso was in the exact direction. Okay, there's no beheading that we know of. People are just, and then the garden, his hands reaching up. I'm like, oh, so the next day when his father was watering the garden, do you think he was giving Brian a shower? I mean, come on, people. Use your damn heads. This is just, I can't.
Okay, hold on. Somebody sent me some pictures, and yeah, it is absolutely crazy. Situation.
I'm like, this is just. I had to take a break, man, because I was like, like at this point, I'm angry. Like I'm about to go find this motherfucker myself. Like I can't not.
Yeah, it's like information overload. But look, I want to thank you for calling in from Boston, and I'm going to actually pull up these pictures that this viewer just sent me, and we're going to check them out a little bit before I get up out of here. Okay. So I will talk to you later, and I'm sure I'll hear from you tomorrow with whatever pops off in this story.
All right, man. Talk to you later.
All right. Peace.
Bye.
Okay. So real quick, I'm going to pull up some images a viewer sent me. And I guess these images would be of the crime scene. But give me 1 second so you guys can see these. Let me see if I can blow them up big enough that you're going to actually see this stuff. Hold on. I think I moved everything. I didn't want to move that. Give me 1 second. Boom. All right. Now I want to blow this up. Mouse work. And what I'm going to do is I guess I'm going to just show full screen and you guys can see these images with me. Okay. This, I'm not quite sure where we're going with these pictures. So, but I guess these are the crime scenes. See, I didn't pay too much attention to the stuff that was around it. I just seen it just like that it was rough terrain, that they had a tarp over it, that type of stuff. Okay, I guess this is blown up. What do you see? What do you see? Oh, okay, hold on. Let's see here. I know there was more pictures than that. Let's see what else other pictures there were. Okay, he sent me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What is this one? Okay, hold on. Let me blow this up. Now I don't know exactly what the person sending me is saying this is. A lot of rocks. Yeah. But yeah, maybe it might be some rocks on the ground. I don't know, man. It's hard it's hard to really tell from these pictures, like what it is. I don't know. But I checked it, and these are the pictures. But that is the crime scene. I mean, I know that. Let me back this up and see if I can get back to the crime scene picture where it's actually like legitimately not blown in. Okay, it looks like they got some stuff marked to me. You can really see it in this picture. Hold on. Let me share this picture. If you look, and I'm seeing it on my TV blown up, but there are markers. There's one right. I wonder if y'all can see my arrow. Let me put the arrow on the screen over here so y'all can see it. Y'all see my arrow, right, on the screen? Okay, if you look right here, there's a marker. Okay? If you look right here, there's a marker. If you look over here, there's a marker. Over here, there's a marker. What are they marking? Is her body still there in pics? Her body is between the trees, aside from the tent, not under the tent, I think. The body is under the tent, okay? So they did that so you couldn't fly over and take aerials of the body. Okay, the body is under this tent. But to me, in this blown up image, they look like, crime scene markers to me. Like if you was to say you got a drive-by shooting. The police jump out, mark shell casings. Wherever the shell casings at, or that's where they would put a place marker. Let's say she was running and he's walking, shooting at her. Boom, boom, boom. The shell casings look like the place markers look like they're in a straight line, but veer off a little bit this way. I don't know what they could be marking. Is there something there? But that's definitely placed there. That ain't nature making these little square tabs in the dirt, right? That ain't rocks. They're too evenly placed and they're too square for it to be that. I believe these are place markers, like, evidence number 1, evidence number 2, evidence number 3, and they're running along right up under the tent. You see it. Boom, 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 boom. Hold on 1 second. Let me shrink this a little bit so I can take this call. Jamz TV, Dolly Vision, you got to turn me down in the background.
Hey, we actually, we talked earlier in this broadcast. I just wanted to bring up, you were talking about the pictures you got sent, and the, kind of vague, kind of Sasquatchy type of stuff.
Yeah.
But the one that actually really, really pops is that dash cam video, and when they show the doors closing in the back, just kind of faintly as they're pulling up to it. But behind the van, as you're going by, some people have slowed it down, and you can see the flip-flops, his flip-flops there pointed towards the van.
Yeah.
And just beyond the flip-flops is a book with something on top of it. That's what a lot of people haven't seen.
Yeah, people believe there's a gun sitting on top of the book.
Yeah, possible gun, but definitely there's a book on top of the rocks there. I just thought I'd bring that up. And I don't want to be one of those 10-minute long videos again, but have a good one.
All right, peace.
Late.
Yeah, there was definitely something there, because you think if they stopped the van there, say even if she didn't kill him there and she was still alive, and they were just, they had stayed there, and at some point they were outside the van, you take your shoes off, because you heard her say she didn't like the van dirty. So if you got in the van, you couldn't have your shoes. So I'm assuming if they were going to stay in the van, they probably just left their shoes outside because they're in the middle of nowhere, right? And they were just in the van. But then again, he could have been in the van killing her, or he could have killed her out here where we're seeing this image, but a lot of people are saying strangling. For some reason, I'm thinking some other way. I don't think he strangled her. I think he might have shot her. I just think it's weird that there's these little place markers in this ground, and that's what it appears to be to me. I mean, that's what I'm getting from this image right here. Is I'm thinking each one of these little things here, one there, one there, and one there, or what they use as evidence to identify evidence in pictures. That's what I believe I'm seeing, but I could be absolutely wrong. I mean, I don't know. Is anybody else seeing that? Is anybody else getting that vibe from that? I mean, that's what it looks like to me. So let's see what else. Let me go over here, see what else we got for as crime scene photos of a good. Let's see if we got a good aerial. A good aerial would be good. Let's hold on. Let's see what we got. That's an even clearer one of that. Hold on, my mouse is kind of being crappy. Let's see. All right, let's check this one out. Let me blow this up because this is a pretty good picture of the scene. Now, I'm assuming that Gabby has to be somewhere over in this general area, okay? Over here somewhere, right? And we just can't see her. But in this picture, I don't know. I'd have to zoom way in. But there's still definitely something there. Remember in the other picture? Look, right there. There's something right there. There's something right there. And there's something right there. Now, exactly what that is, I don't know. Unless it's just some damn trash or just some rocks that just happen to look like that. I could be wrong. But she's definitely dead on the far side of this tent. I would think somewhere over here. And that's why we can't see it from this aerial shot. Because they ain't going to let you release a photo with her dead. You know what I'm saying? So she must be somewhere in this general area of the tarp because you can't see over there. Right? And they're looking that way. So, yeah, I'm assuming her body is somewhere over here by this tree line right there. Is what I'm assuming. Now, I'm no expert, so I could be wrong. Let me go back one picture. This is even another close-up of those things I was talking about. You know, it is kind of a Bigfoot picture, but let's go right here. For example, what is that? Right? If y'all can see my mouse, it starts right there. It goes right there. It goes right there and right there. To me, I think it's just evidence markers. I mean, I would think, but I could be absolutely wrong. I don't know. But when you see a shooting, usually, you know, it's like that's how they mark the bullet casings. All right, so that's it for the pictures. Let me go ahead and shut this. But thank you to whoever sent me those. I just forgot to close the thing out. But make sure you add me on Facebook. So next time it don't go to my junk mail, it'll actually come to me. My name on Facebook, of course, it's not a thing you like or anything like that. It's like a person account. First name is Jimmy. Last name is Jamz TV. Jamz TV, like you see right above me. Boop, boop, boop. That's the last name. That's my if you guys need to send me something or you hear something about the case that I don't know about or something y'all want me to touch on in future videos, just let me know or leave it in the comment box down below this video. And we will cover some other cases too. So we're going to be adding to this. So it ain't just Gabby PETITO. We're going to highlight some other missing people up here also. Jamz TV, Dolly Vision. Hello.
Oh, hello. I'm sorry. I was waiting to mute my TV or whatever.
Oh, okay. Well, hello. Who are you and where are you calling from?
My name's Kat. I'm calling from PA.
All right, Kat. How's it going?
Okay.
All right.
Sorry, I had dental surgery today, so my lips still hurt, mouth, but whatever. I wanted to tell you my theory, possible theory.
Okay.
Is I feel possibly he may have been involved in killing the 2 girls in Moab, Utah. Therefore, flying home, possibly Gabby knew or not, but he flew home the 17th. And for that reason, maybe to hide the gun, talk to his parents, and maybe the parents said, hey, you got to get back out there, get rid of your witness. You know, she got to go. So he flies back out. They already had camping plans for September 1st through the 3rd at Fort, what's that called? Fort
DeSoto?
Yeah, that's it. And they canceled it. Maybe he got back too late for it, so they rescheduled. I feel the daughter, or the sister, daughter, whatever, knew some, but not all. So that would have been, like, since August 17th, they could have been planning for him to go into hiding somewhere.
Yeah.
And I heard, I don't know if this is true, that they deal with boats, brokering boats.
Yeah, yachts or something of that nature,
Yeah.
from what I'm hearing.
And I also heard that maybe the daughter's husband has family in Guatemala.
Oh.
Possibly, yeah. But he could also still be in the USA. But I feel that they had longer time to plan. If it's true, he may have wanted to hide that gun because they found those 2 girls shot. We need more information on that.
Yeah,
we needed
for sure.
more information on what ties does his parents have out of the USA in. And he goes out there, kills her, gets home late, so they reschedule. The daughter, the get-together at the camp may have been to say the final goodbyes before he goes into hiding. Like, hey, go see your nephews, your sister.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think if I just killed my girlfriend and I'm going to go on the run, I think I'm not going to go home and visit one last time. I think I'm just going to go on the run. You know, I just,
but he
so...
did either way, though.
Yeah, he did.
He did either way. So what I'm saying, in my head, I feel the reason, I mean, there's no reason really for him to fly back sooner other than if they were going to break up. Now, if they were going to break up, maybe we don't know. Maybe she talked to her parents. They were going to come out and help her get the van back. Or maybe she would meet with that friend Rose in Yellowstone. She would call somebody and say, hey, you're not going to break up with your boyfriend. Stay out there afraid to drive your van. Am I talking too loud?
No, you're perfectly
Oh,
fine.
okay. This is my first time ever calling.
Okay, well, that's great. It's fine. It's nice to meet you.
Thank you. You too. But, you know, she's not going to stay out there and not have plans like, hey, I'm out here all alone. You know, I better think about getting my van. Either if I'm going to keep camping, I need a partner, which could have been Rose, or I need to get family out here, and their family seems cool as hell. Like they would come out like in a heartbeat and get her. But I feel, what is that reason? We need to know that reason why you go home on the 17th. Okay, now you come back out here. Now she's dead. They change around the camping. They get a lawyer right off the bat.
Yeah, that just
you don't
looks
just
guilty.
do that in a day.
Yeah, that just screams guilty.
Yeah, the parents had to know. I mean, I know pretty much what my kids are going to do a week before. I mean, I got intuition.
There ain't no way we can find the family's net worth, what they're worth.
Is there?
I'm assuming there is. There got to be a way to find out what
I
they're
know.
worth. Their
That's
last
what
year's
we out here
taxes.
need to know.
We
need to know, what are they worth? Where do they know people? They need people watching the families.
Yeah.
Not to intrude, but you need to be watching that because I can't see
Just because
this
they
kid.
live in that little house with a little camper don't mean they ain't got $10 million in the bank.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, how much money are we dealing with? Because if they got a lot of money, then yeah, he could be in another country by now. They done rented him a damn private plane, and he done flew out of Florida into the Bermuda Triangle, never to be seen again.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. We need to know that.
Yeah, I don't know the level of money. You know what I'm saying? Just because you drive a Dodge truck,
But you don't even
mean
need
you
you don't
$10
even
million.
need to know that. Sometimes you only need to know a certain person. Like I grew up in what they call
Somebody
from
said
PA,
$10
they
million
called my
net
town
worth
Little
on
Italy.
Google.
Like I grew up with mafia in the mafia days. Like if you knew somebody, you might not be rich, but if you know the right people, you can get very far.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You don't have to be rich.
But if you don't,
I
you
mean,
sleep
just,
with the fishes. The fishes.
Yep.
I mean, I
But,
think the mob is
that-
still active today, but they're just a little more low key.
Yeah, I know. Hey, we were safer back when we had garden our streets
He
over
said
here.
safer. Yeah, I don't know.
It
That's
really was. I mean, for some of us. But yeah, and I'm like thinking, okay, and there's a lot we don't know. We're not going to know everything the FBI knows. But I definitely, I don't know, for some reason that the murders of those two girls, and then it's hush hush. Do we find out anything about them? Really, we're not. Other than the one comment they put out right off the bat. Oh no, Brian Laundrie is not involved in that. Well, we've seen a lot after the pullover, and that's the domestic dispute. That hits hard with me. The cops, had the cops done their job years back for me, I wouldn't have wound up almost half dead from my ex-husband.
Yeah, well, the cops
seen
definitely
that.
dropped the ball in this situation. There's no doubt in that.
Yeah.
And that's sad because this girl might, maybe they would have did her job and they would have went to jail for a couple of days. They would have got back together anyway, and he would have still done this. But I doubt it. If they would have did their job and he would have went to jail, and somebody would have had to come get him and bond him out because they didn't have a bunch of money. I think this might have, it might have changed. We might be looking at a different scenario. I think the police have a wrongful death lawsuit. I mean, the parents after this is all done with the police out there, because if that was my daughter and I watched this, I would feel like these dudes were responsible for my daughter's life and they failed, and they didn't just, and this is a failure that it's like no coming back from. It's like a major failure.
And the
it's
sad
not like
part,
a little
it
one.
happens every day.
It ain't like you miss somebody running a red light. You miss somebody that was about to kill somebody, and that's
right.
So,
yeah, had they come on, it could have changed it, because he could have been like, hey, heck no, I didn't like what I got in the first place. Do I really want to do that?
Yeah.
Even if he's angry, he's going to say, whoa, I had a night in the brink. One night in the brink will change.
You know what I'm saying? He got in there and somebody would have grabbed them cheeks. He'd have been a different dude coming out.
Yep.
So, and that's what he better get used to, if he got to know, and the fear has to be setting in that, his days are numbered. And,
right. And there's no way also he's going to be in that, I'm sorry, come on. You get bit by a mosquito a couple of times in one night, you're about done. Don't tell me he's over there camping out with those mosquitoes.
That is true. That is absolutely true.
Don't believe it.
But look, I want to thank you for calling in and voicing your opinion on the case. And like everybody else, make sure you like the video and you sub up the channel. Help us hit the thousands of numbers that we're trying to reach. We can't do it without you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I will. You have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, I'm going to share a story with y'all guys real quick, because, we don't mix it up. We don't want to Gabby to death and Brian to death. I'm going to share the story with y'all. I watched this, I don't know what it was on, like a cop show or something like that, but it was about these people that had escaped from prison. And they had escaped from prison. They were trying to make their way to Canada. Okay, so apparently they had been walking through the woods and walking, and they ended up near this fruit orchard. And they started getting bit up by fruit flies. The dude walks up to one of these emergency payphones on the interstate, calls the police, and he's right at the border of Canada. I don't think he even knew how close he was to Canada. And he turned himself in. And when the police got there, he was hungry. He was bit up by fruit flies, right? And he was happy to go back to prison because he had been walking, staying in the woods for days. He ain't had nothing to eat. He was dirty, thirsty, and he called the police on himself. Turned himself. He had escaped from prison too, and he was almost into Canada. I mean, he was right there at the border. But you know, the flies and the mosquitoes and shit get you, right? Can you imagine me out there every day, bugs, ants, just getting bit? But you know what I'm saying? You try to go to sleep, and there's a fire ant that bit you in the neck. You know what I'm saying? It's probably that life is absolutely horrible, I would think. But I want to take a minute to welcome all the new people. Look, if you're brand new here and this is your first time here, I want you to put 1 in the chat room so I can welcome you real quick. All right. If you're watching on Dolly Vision or if you're watching on Jamz TV, definitely make sure you sub. And if you're super cool, like always, of course, share the video. He won't last out in Canada. 1, STK, nice to meet you. Jeanette, nice to meet you. Smiley, Jeff, Raven, good to see all you beautiful people in the room with me tonight. Marla, nice to meet you. Bobby, I've seen you, Bobby. Debbie M, pleasure. See you in the room tonight. I'm glad you're into this case like me. Some guy put 3. Second time. Thank you, Lunchbox, for coming back. That's super cool too. Be Happy's first time. But it's good to meet all you new guys and girls and ladies and all that good stuff. Let's take this call. I don't got much more tonight, so I do gotta get some sleep. I have to work tomorrow. Jamz TV, Dolly Vision.
Hey, Jimmy Jamz.
Free to be. What's up?
Hey, I was just calling in because I jumped over to Dolly Vision, and there's a lot of folks over there that they have no clue about the timeline. So I thought I would just call in, give the timeline once more.
Okay, let's do it up.
So, okay, August 12th, they were pulled over. Brian and Gabby were pulled over, and they were, of course, about 20 miles away from Moab. Which I did find out that he was taken to a hotel in Moab. So he was in Moab, which was even closer to where the dead girls were found. And their names were Kylan Schulte and Crystal Turner. And let's see, they were told to stay apart and for at least 24 hours. So that would have been into the late afternoon, early evening of the 13th. The girls, Kylan and Crystal, the last time they were seen was August 13th, which to me is sketchy because how do we know when he went back and got back with Gabby? And maybe Gabby was, hanging out with those girls at the coffee shop while she was online.
Yeah, I mean,
uploading
they
their
were
videos.
there for Wi-Fi. That's what I would think. If you're an internet person, you're at a coffee shop, you're there because you got Wi-Fi.
Right. And Brian left, and this is another thing I think too, because, and I've thought this, and I think I've said it before, Brian left on the 17th, and the bodies of Kylan and Crystal were discovered on the 18th. And Brian left on the 17th. Well, if you look at it this way, he leaves, and then the bodies are found, and then he leaves Gabby, and then Gabby's body's found. The whole time he's just, to me, it's like that. I've got to have an alibi. I've got to get far from it. And I just think it's very strange that the 12th, 13th, maybe even the 14th, I don't know when the girls called in or said to somebody on the 14th or something, they said that they texted someone that there was a creepy guy hanging out.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Gabby wasn't with him and said no. Go camp somewhere or something. Or they could have all been together.
Take Stephen's
So
call.
then-
He claims he is BL's cousin. Highly doubtful, but should be a good popcorn time. Somebody said they're Brian's cousin and wants to call in.
Well, let me give the rest of the timeline. So he said, and I don't know if I believe that either.
Yeah, I don't know. But we'll see.
Somebody calls in and says they're Brian's cousin. Really? Let me see your ID.
I can't ID you over the phone. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to look up
So
your
Brian
social.
left from the 17th through the 23rd or 24th. He may have left in the middle of the night on the 23rd. I just know on the 24th, Gabby was at the Salt Lake City, Utah airport FaceTiming her mother with Brian. So, and then again, I found out too that she did talk with her mother on the phone on the August 25th. So that would have been the following day by phone only. But at least her mom talked to her, so the 25th. But let's see. And they had a big fight on August 27th at the restaurant, which is August. And they also got the RV footage of the van showing, you know, where her sandals are behind the van on the 27th as well. I believe she was definitely that he killed her on the 27th, sadly, you know?
Yeah.
And then the TikToker said, I believe on the 29th, that she picked him up supposedly, and he wanted to give somebody $200 to take him somewhere, and then he abruptly got out of the vehicle. We don't know. And then he ended up back at his mother's and father's in Florida on September 1st. So
that is the timeline.
That's the timeline for all those that are wondering over on Valley Vision and Jamz too. And then Jimmy Jamz.
Yeah, I'm on a lot of channels.
So smash the like and sub, everybody. I'm in Valley Vision chatting with y'all. I have the timeline here. If you got any questions, just hit me up on Dolly.
All right, free to be.
All right.
Peace. Yeah, we got like over, I think there's 600 between all the channels watching. Thank you guys, of course, for tuning in. I hate to, be like an echo, but if you haven't, give the video a like. I guess that helps us in the algorithm. I do have a main channel, and that is Jamz TV. You see the logos here? Boop. All you do is search it. Right now on Jamz TV, we're at 31,000 or 32,000 or close to 32,000 subscribers. We're trying to hit that 50,000 mark on Jamz TV. If you got a minute, of course, sub up Dolly Vision. We're almost at 2,000 on Dolly Vision. Dolly Vision is the new baby, right? It's the new baby, and it's growing super fast thanks to each and every one of you guys tuning into it every night. So make sure you like it. And if you're super cool, jump over to Jamz TV. Give that a sub. We're trying to hit those marks. And like I said, one day I'll have that plaque that you hang on the wall. But without you guys, I can't get it, okay? And I'm going to bring us a bunch of crazy stories, whatever's in the news that's big and everybody's tuned into. And right now the world's, or this country anyway, we're locked into this story of this manhunt. And it just keeps getting crazy and crazier every day. Hopefully, we'll turn on the news, like I say, every night, and they will be done caught Brian Laundrie, right? And then, I know the hashtag is justice for Gabby, but prison is not justice. Like I've said many times, time again, I think you should hand over Brian Laundrie to the family, and they should determine what they want to do with him. And then that would be justice, okay? But there's never no fair justice in this country. Gabby, of course, deserved better than what she got. And I know there's a lot of people out there that think, that don't like the death penalty. But the death penalty was made for people just like Brian Laundrie. That's why it's there. That's why we have it. It's so you don't go out there and kill your girlfriend. So you don't go out there and shoot the pizza guy, shoot the store clerk, rob the grocery store, and stuff like that. We put that into place to keep bad people and monsters at bay. It ain't because we just love killing people, right? is we don't want people dying. It's why there's people that support the death penalty. I don't want to see any. You said there's 600 of you in here. You're all mothers, daughters, sons, fathers. I wouldn't want to see any of you guys want to lose your life to a monster. And if you did, I would want there to be justice for each and every one of you, just like I want there to be justice for Gabby. You know, and that's from my heart, right? I don't want to see anybody getting killed. Everybody's talking about this one because it's so high profile. There is a million other girls out there missing. And since we're going to be talking about this, I figured, what could I do to help the situation? I'm only here in Virginia, right? But there's a lot of women that have came up missing in Virginia. So I'm going to share nightly when we're talking about these Gabby and Brian. I'm going to bring up some other people, maybe that didn't get the attention of mainstream media, since we have big audiences and a lot of people coming in. You never know, right? Because you like when we shout out where everybody from, we got somebody in every state in the country. Not every city in the country, but we cover every state. Jamz TV, Dolly Vision. We got viewers every state in this country and shit around the world. I mean, we got people that watch us in Indonesia. So you never know. One little story could help. And if we could help one family or anybody, can't go wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at it. So we're going to start adding to the stream. And it might not be like a real long, drawn out thing about somebody, but we're going to bring up some other people. Okay. And I think that will be good for, you know, just a good day. And I want to start with girls that have gone missing here where I'm at. Okay. Because nobody here makes, like, I don't see nobody on mainstream news from Virginia, but there's girls that go missing around here all the time, you know. So maybe I'll highlight some of that in these streams coming up in the next few days. Maybe one girl each stream will highlight that has came up missing from, you know, this area that I'm in. Anybody think that good? If you like that concept, press 1 in the chat room. If y'all feel like hearing a little more information than other than just Gabby, if we want to throw some other people in there that are missing, you guys press 1 in the chat room. If you don't give 2 dams, press 2. You can be honest. Alice says, I love that idea. Yeah, because right now there's a lot of eyes on Gabby, and let's use them eyes for good all around. That's what I think. That's what I think. If you're going to have a platform, you might as well use it for something good, especially if people are watching you. Then, you know, I think that would be great. Thank you, guys. I'm glad y'all like that concept. I think that would be a good plan too. So we're going to start throwing that in there. We're going to start throwing that into the show. Other people that are missing, and, you know, some other stories that, you know, are out, just so we don't, because I've been doing these shows for like 4 hours from 12 to about 4 a.m. And I don't want to Gabby you and Brian you to death. I want to add a little more stuff in there. So maybe you don't have nothing to say on Gabby, but you might touch in on one of the other little stories that I'm going to add to the streams. Okay. And I'm going to get ready to get out of here. But let me tell you, it's been awesome tonight. It was awesome talking to so many new people. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for each and every one of you guys that stopped by Dolly Vision, Jamz TV, or any of my other sites tonight. Thank you guys so much. Definitely ways to support is through the Cash App, through the Super Chat. Cash App's money sign, Jamz TV, like you see in the logo. But the merch store, guys, definitely check out the merch store. We got hoodies. It's about to get cold. You're going to want to stay warm. Jamz TV. We ain't got no Dolly Vision hoodies, but I will get some stuff up for Dolly Vision because Dolly Vision is a new channel. So we will get some stuff for Dolly Vision here soon. But right now, Jamz TV, we have a whole bunch of stuff for Jamz TV, like all kinds of cool hoodies, shirts, you name it, we got it. On your way out, make sure you get a video like, shares tomorrow when you come back invite a friend to join you, okay? And we're going to powwow. We're going to discuss whatever news happens overnight and tomorrow afternoon, because I do got to work, so I won't be here till about midnight tomorrow. So you guys, if you don't get a notification, just know from midnight to 4, Jimmy Jamz is live taking your calls. You guys have been great, and I will see you technically tonight, but let's just say tomorrow. Later, guys.